We are live.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance and moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So at this time, then, we'll have our prayer. Pastor Mike Gottlieb is here.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we would ask that you would fill us with wisdom, with discernment, give us a spirit of unity. We're reminded, Jesus, of your words in Mark 3, that a house divided against itself cannot stand. So let us heed that truth and find common ground when there is indeed common ground. Lord, let us think about the whole. Let us cling to what we must, and let us collaborate where we must. But above all, I pray for the men and women who are leading us, that you would give them what they need for this meeting and for their call to leadership. We pray for our county, we pray for our area, and we pray in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you.
Now we'll bring us into roll call.
Commissioner Robbins?
Here.
Commissioner Rushton?
Present.
Chairman Bunick?
Here.
Commissioner Wessel?
Here.
Commissioner Sotos Little?
Here.
Commissioner Algar?
Here.
Commissioner Lautner?
Present.
All present.
So then we have approval of the agenda. We don't have any late additions. Mr. Long.
I would move we approve the agenda as presented.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So then that would bring us to public comment at this time. Please come forward.
I need my daughter. Keep 4.5. Stop me then.
4.5, all right.
Okay. I don't have to worry then. Well, thank you again. Am I close enough?
Yeah, you're.
Okay, swell. Thank you again. We all got washed up coming to here this morning. Our cars are all clean. We're grateful. I'd like to share some thoughts that I have.
Can you introduce yourself?
Excuse me, of course. Victor Goldschmidt, Northport, Canada Bay 14181, Leelanau County and Township. Thank you. I want to first remind you of some of the things that we saw on the last meeting. And I would summarize that by the visuals that we had of the boxes. We have great groups here, but by issues of the statutes, they're autonomous. We have to remember that. At the same time, I did not have the time to tell you, well, we have these 4 entities and the 2 or 3 down there with the prosecutor and those others. There is somebody else that's very important, and that will be the administrator. You were trying to identify what the role of this board is. In a minute, I'll clarify it as I see it. But the administrator is the problem solver. He's the wizard. He is there trying to get the family to work well together. Now, you are not a board of directors. I have served in many board of directors. I'm a startup company, and for a long time, I chair of a board of directors. You're a board of commissioners. That implies something. Commissioners, you have a commission. And what is that? That is clearly stated in the Public Act. You have a handout that abbreviates items in the Public Act that governs you, us too, and by association. The important thing to recognize is the Public Act says in language that says like shall, you have to do it. If the Public Act says something like should, you have a choice. If the Public Act does not have it, you cannot do it. You're not empowered. I didn't like that when I get going. I even took the courses in Township Governance Academy, and I didn't like it. But it's the system that we have. Now, beyond that, I'll just let you visit that and really ponder it. Read what you are expected to do. Concentrate on that. I'm afraid to get the enterprise and read it. Because right now, am I about 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right after.
Right now, every time I see that, I see we're not a happy family. I dare you to not sit one group, but to mix up. Why aren't you acting like one body? I dare you to try that. And there are things that we can do to be unified. I had a department in which the chaos realm. It was so bad that one of my colleagues said, how did you ever accept to be in charge of that department, which is, they are the armpit of the university. And about 2 or 3 years, I heard the president at that time say in a group of industrialists, now this department is flourishing. How did I do it? Creating a vision statement first. A vision so everybody is unified. A vision like, I love this one, a bottle at every hand by one company selling soda pop for all. Oh, thank you. And the other thing will be, in addition to the vision statement, core values. Core values are behavioral parameters. I dare you to, I have in my files experience after experience where I facilitated the process of strategic planning. And these are the two components that are essential to start off with. A common vision and a clear sense of core values. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. Let me get my hearing device on. Sorry, it's not the best quality. Oh. So can I start?
Just state your name, please, where you're from.
Oops. I'm just gonna take this off because it's not working. My name is Alma Vasquez. I have been a resident of Leelanau County for 30 years. I'm in Suns Bay Township. I, along with my husband, raised 2 sons, born and raised in Leelanau, all of their lives. They are now grown young adults. This is our home. This is our community. I write this letter as a concerned resident, an employee of the state of Michigan for 22 years, an active community member, a voter, a homeowner, a taxpayer, a law-abiding citizen, and most of all, I write this letter as a concerned mother, sister, aunt, wife, friend, and neighbor. While Leelanau County has a lot of magnificent things about it, including its national beauty and pure Michigan sceneries, it has compassionate and incredible people that does not dismiss the negativity that exists here within the beauty. There is racism, there is discrimination. It was here long before any of us were even born. It was It was here when I moved here 30 years ago to actually work on Bruce Price's strawberry farms, and did that for quite some time, along with my grandfather and others. It continues, and 30 years now, in the 21st century, modern day, it continues, it's alive, and it's thriving, regardless of what others want you to think. How can I possibly say that when others have not seen it or experienced it because you haven't? I can, because I have seen it. I have experienced it in different settings and in multiple variations. It was not one isolated incident, as some may want you to believe, if that gentleman is here today. For my first incident started when I was 12, but it didn't end there. It happened over the course of my lifetime while in school, on the bus, at sport events, at different public settings, including out shopping at the lakes, restaurants, and in the workplace. 30 years later, it continues to happen. I have seen what my husband's sons, family, friends, and community members have had to endure and face with racism and discrimination. While it may not be real to you and does not exist in your life experience, it does not invalidate what those of us who live here have endured here. It is real and it is wrong. If it was 1, 2, 3, or 100 plus incidents, any racism and discrimination at any level is wrong and unacceptable, period. Sorry. It takes a moment. I should not have to make a list of every incident to live through that pain again for you to know it is true. Yes, I may cry when sharing these incidents and talking about this because it is real and painful. I would not wish it on anyone or on any of you. It's also heart-crushing to know that unfortunately my husband and sons have experienced even more racism and discrimination in their lifetime in modern day than I have. And while that, and that is because they are darker complected, and I am, and while that doesn't invalidate my own experience, and it shouldn't be a barrier in how they're treated, it is. If I stay out of the sun and dye my hair blonde, I have been treated differently than when I have my natural hair color and stay out of the sun longer. Most of us have been bullied for being too fat or too thin or for pimples or such. The difference is my husband and sons can't lighten their skin. I shouldn't have to hide from the sun or dye my hair to feel safer, or I shouldn't have to worry about my sons or husbands. This is not a political issue as some may want you to think. This is a human rights issue, not a political one. That is what you need to get first. We've made plenty of headlines, national headlines, more than one in the last 2 years. In Leelanau County alone, that's not to count all the ones we've received in the surrounding areas. And I'm sure you've seen it, and if you haven't, look it up. It's easy to find. We should not need more stories. We should not need more incidents. One incident alone, one headline alone should be plenty for you. I urge you, please do not wait for another incident to happen. And yes, I wrote for my letter, but I hope you read it all because there's a lot more, including covering the ADA to be compliant with people with disabilities.
Thank you. After her, please.
Good morning. I am Barbara Burkhart. I live in Leland, and I am here on behalf of Northwest Michigan United for Racial Equity. I am compelled to do this work as a citizen of Leelanau County and as a Catholic woman following the church and Catholic social teaching, which, like all faith traditions and humanist philosophy, speaks of how we are to treat one another. I am here to present a letter with over 300 signatures of concerned citizens, business owners, and even a few visitors of Leelanau County. This is the letter. We are business owners, residents, members of local organizations, and visitors to beautiful Leelanau County who are expecting a county action plan with next steps related to the Leelanau County Anti-Racism Resolution. In today's world, we believe it is important to get to know the experiences of our neighbors of diverse racial backgrounds and make sure that anyone who visits or may want to live here feels safe and welcome regardless of the color of their skin. We want our civic institutions to address overt racism at any time it rears its ugly head. We also want them to address long-standing systemic issues that may persist because of historical disadvantages to people of color, such as poor health and socioeconomic, educational, and other challenges. In August 2020, our Leelanau County Board of Commissioners recognized these issues in the anti-racism resolution that they unanimously approved. It has been 1 year since the county board passed its resolution, which condemned racism and committed the county to taking positive steps to learn more about it and address it. We applaud the county for passing the resolution in the face of a terrible racist incident. By signing below, we now encourage and look forward to a county action plan with next steps, including a county anti-racism committee with citizen representation. This is important for our children and for our communities to thrive. The people who signed this letter represent every township and community in the county, and visitors too, who hope to see Leelanau County as a place where everyone is respected. The signers of this letter are your neighbors and friends, pastors and teachers, doctors and nurses, retired people and working people, parents and grandparents, white, brown, and Indigenous people. These people are all aware and concerned about racism in our community and in our country. We all know that the solution to the problem of racism begins with us, and that includes our local government. You have made a commitment to address the issue of racism in our county. Thank you for your work. We look forward to working with you to constitute a county anti-racism committee modeled after the county substance abuse committee to continue the important work to make Leelanau County safe and welcoming for all people as we move forward toward Martin Luther King's vision of the beloved community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Mary.
We can hear you, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I would just like to, I don't very often do this, but I've got to congratulate a couple of Republicans here. One, Melinda Lautner, for putting this meeting together that we had Thursday night, over 4 hours. And Mr. Bonnie, because you had to intervene sometimes. I would say it was probably, and this meeting had the votes carried no weight, no nothing, waste of time, waste of taxpayers' money. And it was probably the best Barnum Bailey Republican sponsored circus I've ever been at. And along with that, I'm glad, Mr. Barney, that you kept the order here back where I was sitting, because on our side, Republican side, I thought they were kind of disruptive with their oohs and ahs, and I think you realized that you had to do it. And I wasn't awake all the time. I heard I got a phone call and he said I kind of fell asleep. And the reason I kind of fell asleep, I was bored. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, then we'll move on to our communications, proclamations, and presentations. First up is administrator's update.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have several new employees the last 2 months that you have not met yet. So I thought I'd take this opportunity and provide you an opportunity to match some names with some faces. So we'll start with the clerk's office.
This is Molly Poplinski. She joined our staff in July. She's from the county, and we were able to get her from one of the local banks. So it's a nice fit for our office, and she can tell you a little bit about herself.
Hello, it's nice to meet you all.
It's for my disability. I just ask if people speak, if they can get closer to that, because then I can't hear. I do have the right to advocate for myself.
Just move this a little closer to you. Okay, go ahead.
It's nice to meet you all. I've been a county resident my whole life. I was born and raised here. I came from Huntington Bank. I was recently in the Leland branch. I have a husband and a son. He's going to be 2 in November. I've enjoyed my time here so far. It's very interesting to me. I've learned a lot of things and there's still tons to learn, so that's very nice. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I have a comment. Molly is a notary.
I am.
That's a great,
Yes.
great service to the county.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So she's here. Everyone in our office is a notary,
Yes.
ready to serve, and I think she'll be.
Could you step up there so I can hear what you're saying, please? Thank you. Or at least near the mic there. Thanks.
Look this way. Is that any better? Thank you.
Yes.
Anyway, Molly will make a great addition to our staff. We're happy to have her. And like she said, she does have a lot more to learn, but she's picking up very quickly and learning everything that goes on. So we're thrilled to have her.
You're welcome. Thank you. It's nice to meet you guys.
But Madam Clerk, stay up there, Madam Clerk. I want to recognize you. If you look at the enterprise from September 2nd, there was a great photo of Michelle here. And at the state conference of clerks, she got quite a surprise. She was not expecting this, but during their banquet dinner, her name got called up. She was asked to come up front, and she got an award for her 25 years of outstanding service as county clerk. So thank you, Michelle. We appreciate it. Would you like to give us your life story here?
No, I was number 5 in the state for longevity currently, but one of the clerks retired in January. Several others have retired, but they're all below the 25 mark. So I've moved up to number 4 now. There's 3 above me for longevity as county clerk, many more for longevity with their counties, but it was quite a surprise.
And as you know, she's been here actually 40 plus years,
40 years.
25 as clerk, but then as chief deputy clerk. Yeah. I think she started when she was a co-op in 8th grade.
Correct.
She started here and just never left. So, no, thank you, Michelle. It's a pleasure working with you.
Congratulations.
Andrew, would you like to introduce your new employee?
Sure. Sure. Can you hear us from
No,
here?
why don't you come up here?
Oh, yeah.
We also are broadcasting live and
Oh, okay,
people
sure.
can see that way.
Sure, this is Jim Stocknick. He's been with us for about 2 months now. He's our new property appraiser, and much to our delight, he keeps coming back. So,
Every day so far. So a little bit myself, born and raised in Cedar, about 2 houses down from Mr. Janik. He's been a big part of my life. Known him obviously forever. And I spent about 30 plus years in the oil and gas industry, working for and managing land departments. So I've got a lot of experience in land, but I don't have any in appraising. So Andrew's been doing a great job training me, and I look forward to being around here for a long time. So
Thank you very
Welcome.
thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
It's your dad.
Thank you for using.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
April, your turn.
Well, I don't have staff with me today, but we're very excited that I've hired 2 staff. They'll start
Victoria Maggio is a nurse who'll be our care coordinator position. She'll be starting next week. And then I've also hired Gail Carlson, who's also a nurse, and she'll be doing the resource coordinator position. And she's a nurse as well and be starting the following week. So we're very excited to have staffing.
And hopefully you can have them here at the October.
Yes, I hope to introduce you to them then.
Thank you.
And then we are very fortunate to have a very dedicated professional sheriff's team here and great deputies. Do you want
He's gonna be a couple more
to?
minutes.
Yeah,
That's okay.
we can show the video if you want to say a few words.
Okay, all right. Mr. and Mrs. Bailey, would you come up here with me? So real quickly,
Could you
Chris,
separate them here, please?
I'll speak. Is this loud enough?
No, I had to take my hearing aids off to use this. I apologize.
Don't worry about that. That's right. That's right. Here.
It's nice to put a face to all of the names.
Well, first of all, good morning. You hear that okay?
Yeah.
Morning. This is Dick and Elaine Bailey. These are the parents of Sergeant Chris Bailey, who last night while everybody was sleeping, he was out working, protecting us as usual. He's home. He got a little ball up this morning, but he'll be en route here any minute. Basically, we have a life-saving award we want to present to Sergeant Bailey this morning. So often you see things on TV, you hear things that are happening other places. Sometimes we don't do a good enough job here recognizing the true heroes among us, the police, fire, and EMS. And in this case, Sergeant Bailey, as you will see, Administrator Janik put together a nice video plate of his action here a couple weeks ago. But these parents, former state trooper, Mr. Bailey, had 3 sons who are all in law enforcement, and Chris is just a gem of an employee. And we are presenting him with this award because he truly saved a life, of which you're going to see. And I can't tell you what it takes. I can tell you in 45 years of law enforcement, I have seen a lot of things that are really interesting and good, and this is among the top. And full well knowing his life was at risk, he did what he did. So I guess maybe now would be a nice time to show the video. Do we need to have a light control or anything, or?
No, the sound is not the great, but.
Towards it all to save a life. To his body camera, you can see it all unfold. Take a look at this. In just that one car this morning at 72 near Glenn's landfill, Sergeant Chris Bailey found the car flame shooting 10 feet up in the air. A man resting against the pump of the sergeant yells at the man, show his hands, see if he was a threat. The sheriff said at that point, Sergeant Bailey knew he couldn't wait for an answer. He instantly switched into life-saving mode, racing towards the flames and pulling who the sheriff says was an intoxicated and suicidal man away from the burning car.
Found out later that he filled the car with gasoline, put a propane tank in it as well, and his intention was to hurt himself. So in this particular case, we feel very strongly that Deputy Bailey not only risked his own life, but clearly saved the life of the individual.
Right, take a look at the sheriff said despite being intoxicated, the man actually encouraged the deputy to move the burner back away from the car because of the propane tank. The man was uninjured. He was taken for medical evaluation. Now the sheriff encourages anyone dealing with a mental health issue considering suicide to reach out for help. The sheriff said while his coworkers tackle stressful and dangerous situations every day, what Sergeant Bailey did was a sign of true valor.
Didn't surprise me at all to hear that he did something like that. But I think sometimes the public forgets that every day, every night, different shifts, different situations were involved, life-saving situations were involved in high stress, instant response situations. It didn't surprise me at all to hear that he was able to grab the individual.
The sheriff said Sergeant Bailey will be honored with a life-saving award in the near future.
So that all said, I know the sound was a little bit difficult, but I think you got the gist of it. There was a man from Pennsylvania, 35 years old, suicidal, filled his car up with gasoline, put a propane tank in it, lit it on fire with intent to
kill himself. So our units responded. Sergeant Bailey assessed the scene. It was a security issue right off the bat because you don't know if he has a gun or a knife or, you know, if there's a bomb hooked up to it or what. So without concern for his own safety, ran up to the burning vehicle about to explode and pulled the man back to safety. So it's just an incredible act of valor. And he shall be here in a few minutes. And I know it's a little out of sync, but Mr. and Mrs. Bailey, I thank you for your sacrifices and all you do. It's not easy to be the mom when your husband's a trooper and your sons are officers and deputies, but it's pretty incredible. But the number of valor incidents or acts of courage is incredible. And I can go on and on. The undersheriff just came in the room. He's in the back corner and the guy tried to hang himself a short time ago. And we looked all around the county for him. We knew it was the Empire area. He was able to grab the guy right when he had let go of the rope, and he was able to hold him up until the fire department got there and cut him down. So he will be receiving a life-saving award as well. That's Under Sheriff Jim Kiesel. Lieutenant Dwayne Wright went in, and an individual went in the Lake Leelanau Narrows through the ice. He went in and basically got him, rescued him out of the water. He would have clearly drowned, absolutely no question in my mind, had he not go in. And on and on and on. I can go on, and I know it's going to be a long meeting, so I don't want to belabor it. So what we can do is number one, we'll just wait till Chris gets here. I'll step back from this now that we've shown the video. And when he comes in, if we could all just maybe stand for a minute, I'll present him with the award. The award is going to say, from the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office, recognizes Sergeant Chris Bailey with the Life-Saving Award on August 27, 2021, with no regard for his own safety. Sergeant Bailey dragged the suicidal subject away from a burning vehicle. His actions exemplify the meaning of service above self and show his true dedication to the citizens of Leelanau County and to the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office. So we'll go ahead and forego that. And
So we'll continue, then we'll take a break when he comes.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to compliment you on all your children and condolences also, but they're just fantastic.
Well, thank you. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That would bring us then to Networks Northwest, and Mr. McCauley's here.
Good morning.
And if you want to reference page, I can put it on the screen.
Absolutely. Well, this is a very tough act to follow, and every time I attend these county board meetings all across the region, I am reminded how lucky we all are to live in a rural area where people serve and care. So thank you. For those of you not familiar with me or my agency, my name is Matt McCauley. I'm the CEO of Networks Northwest. Very quick elevator speech about Networks Northwest. Excuse me. Allergies. We're a 10-county public agency covering Emmett County, south to Misaki, west to Manistee, everything in between. It's a landmass about the size of Connecticut. And what we're comprised of are a variety of different programs that in most parts of the state or the nation would be 3 or 4 different entities. But through the leadership of Board of Commissioners and the private sector and nonprofit groups over the course of many decades, long before I became involved with the agency, there was effort to consolidate a lot of these programs and historically separate entities under one administrative umbrella as a means to create better efficiencies and savings for the taxpayer. Just to open up right away on page 2, it's hard to talk about 2020 without talking about COVID. And every public agency in the state of Michigan, the nation had some response to COVID. Our response was in many different parts, and I'll touch on a couple of those, but maybe most significant in 2020, we were able to provide almost $8 million in direct business support to businesses throughout the region. Most of those were in the forms of grants, $10,000 to $15,000. And excuse me, many of those were designed for those businesses that were disproportionately hit by COVID policies, specifically bars, restaurants, eating establishments, retail establishments. Within Leelanau County, of that $8 million, approximately $750,000 was provided to Leelanau County businesses. The agency itself, we can break it up into three main buckets, if you will: talent, business, and community. And the idea being that, especially in rural areas, but I believe this to be true in urban areas too, that talent seeks community, communities seek businesses, and businesses seek talent. So there is that symbiotic relationship between those three entities. Probably what we're most well known for, and on page 4, you look at the Michigan Works Center. The Michigan Works centers all throughout the region, one in Traverse City, one in Manistee, one in Cadillac, and one in Petoskey, serve job seekers and employers. And we're a demand-driven system, meaning that we're out in the community talking to employers about the jobs that need to be filled today, and either play matchmaker between individuals who have the appropriate skill set and those jobs, or we provide education and training for those individuals so that they're better prepared for the jobs that are available in the region today. In 2020, that was an odd year. 2019, we had very low unemployment. We had over 40,000 unique visits to our job centers. But in 2020, we had about half of that because we were forced to be closed for such a long period. However, during that time, we did step up and assisted the state unemployment agency on that there was a tremendous backlog for residents of this region being able to access unemployment benefits. So we stepped out of our traditional role of being an employment agency and did assist the unemployment agency with a lot of those calls in 2020. So skipping ahead to page 9, jobs for Michigan graduates. This has been something that we've been engaged in for a few years now. But the idea here is to be able to provide wraparound services for area youth as it pertains to staying in school, recognizing that a high school degree or equivalent is a core requirement for almost any job now, and also begin the conversation with a lot of area youth about what are they looking for relative to a career, and recognizing that not all students have interest in a 2-year or a 4-year degree, and providing training for many area students and access to some of the other job opportunities that might exist for them. So hopefully they stay within the region and continue to be prosperous within our communities. Skipping ahead, page 13, the Offender Success Program. Everyone's favorite word, I get to use it a couple times now, recidivism. So what this is that working with parolees who by law are sent back to their home community upon leaving the state prison system. And in the past, prior to this program, the recidivism rate, the rate by which people would return back to prison upon being released, was just over 50%. So just about 1 in 2 individuals would go back to the prison system and not be employed within the community and cost the taxpayer dollars. Now with this program, we have reduced that recidivism rate by half. We're just under 25% now. And that's really working with the individual on employment, obviously through our Michigan Works services, housing, transportation, and sometimes substance abuse. If we're able to check those 4 boxes for returning individuals, then they're less likely to reoffend and more likely to stay employed and be contributors to our communities. Skip ahead, we'll talk a little bit between 15 and 17. These are stories about going back to our demand-driven system. And that encapsulates on page 18, our business services, that even in 2020, when there was tremendous disruption and tremendous restrictions on our ability to go out into the field and talk to area employers, that throughout the region, we spoke to employers across a variety of different industries, over 1,000 different companies, and having that discussion again of what are the jobs in the skill sets that are needed to make your business thrive today. We all know that help wanted signs are up all across the region. And we're at historically low unemployment rates, and there's a variety of reasons for that. But part of our role within that larger picture is, again, providing access for job seekers out there to be aware of the career opportunities available to them, and to be able to provide training opportunities for them to achieve their career goals. On the next page, page 19, business development, it's the blue area. We operate a couple of different programs within that realm, one being the SBDC, providing free small business counseling to a variety of businesses. In 2020, a lot of that was helping them survive, frankly, through capital grants, through helping with PPP loans, you name it. We were certainly involved in. Our counseling hours went up dramatically and continue to be up from years past. Skipping ahead on page 22, the PTAC, which stands for Procurement Technical Assistance Center. This is basically, whether we like it or not, the federal government is the largest consumer of goods and services on the planet, and it's not even close. And they maintain a lot of the stereotypes of federal government, in that you have to make sure that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed, and that there's a little bit of a language barrier. There's some government ease, if you will, that is spoken. We have counselors on staff that work with area businesses to achieve those government contracts, and frankly speaking, to bring our taxpayer dollars back to the region, to our area employers. In 2020, that accounted in $120 million in government contracts coming to Northern Michigan. Skipping ahead on page 24, community development. I mentioned the large region that we serve. Within that region, there's actually 194 units of government, including 3 tribal nations. And there's varying degrees of capacity and need and vision amongst all those units of government, as all of you certainly know. That when we look at some of our smaller units of government, townships, for example, may not have a dedicated staff for things like master plan or grant writing, capital improvement plans, zoning administration, things like that. So oftentimes they'll come to us, and we provide that service to them, a fee-for-service type of relationship. I do want to mention also on page 25, Benchmarks Northwest, we often serve as the data repository for the region when people are looking for demographic data, migration data, things like that for the region. They'll come to our site, specifically the Benchmarks Northwest product, and look for that information. On page 27, the financial summary. You'll see that revenue was higher than a typical year in 2020, and that was in large part, you'll see in the lower right-hand corner, the significant increase within the business services, and that was primarily those small business grants that we administered in 2020, showing that a big part of that additional revenue. Also of note, our administration costs continue to be under 10%. I believe that we do an excellent job of running a leaner organization and a services-oriented organization. We have two single audits that are done with the agency, and both of them found no findings, no deficiencies, 100% clean audits. And then lastly, just on the back, it is a large board that it is a true public sector, private sector board covering those 10 counties. We have employers on there. We have public sector members representing Leelanau County. Commissioner Sotis Little is your representative. And I think it works very well. It is actually a simple majority private sector. And I think having that business leadership, that business acumen on the board and helping to influence our vision towards helping to create the conditions for prosperity in Northwest Lower Michigan is very good and very sound. So happy to answer any questions.
$14 million budget.
That was the expenditures. It wasn't the actual budget.
Well, it looks like your budget is approximately that. You have $6 million for talent and just under $6 million for business and perhaps $1 million for community. Is that correct?
Right.
And expenditures 14. And how many employees?
Approximately 85 employees right now.
Do they all have company cars?
No.
How many company cars?
I believe we're at 40 agency vehicles right now.
Okay.
Again, it's a very large region, and because of how the IRS reimbursement policy works, it's less expensive for us to have agency vehicles than to pay mileage.
And they self-report personal miles, correct?
If there's an assigned vehicle, we have through our policy that personal use is de minimis through IRS policy. So they do need to state if there's personal usage, but personal usage as anything beyond that de minimis policy is prohibited.
To work it back, basically.
Right. That's the intent.
They're still unmarked?
They are unmarked vehicles, yes.
And so in actual numbers, I mentioned there was some overflow, actual clients helped. I was just wondering if you could give us a breakdown without, and then maybe in more than one program, but actual clients helped for 20.
Actual 20 clients, so again, on page 4, we had about 20,000 unique clients for the Michigan Work System. And these are going to be lower estimates, but then on page 18, you'll see that just over 1,200 businesses through our business services, through our career services with JMG, and MI Career Quest. That's a variety. I'm sorry.
But to back up, of the 20, you said 20,000?
Approximately, yes.
Some of those are probably in more than one program.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
And so it could very well be, for example, a veteran comes in. So we would be providing veteran services for that individual, but we would also be providing job seeking services.
So if you could just try to break, you don't try to buy individuals then?
No, we're because of anonymity. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just one comment. Matt started a program last year that I thought was very beneficial that he's not talking about, is that he hosts all of the county administrators in the region.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great to get together and dialogue. During COVID, we did it remotely. Now people have the option, but it's great to get together and just talk about what the issues are. So thank you, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking the leadership.
Thank you.
I think that's been very beneficial.
I think so too. It's interesting within the 10-county region, all but one of the counties has a county administrator, and there are issues of common interest and concern. Certainly this last couple of times we've been speaking a lot. We brought in Department of Treasury to talk about ARPA dollars. assisting other local units of government in achieving those ARPA dollars. But I do think it's been beneficial, and even though it's no short distance between Leelanau County and Emmett County, for example, there are things that our counties within the region do have in common and same interests in.
Well, thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you. Always nice to be in the county. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you have an extra copy?
Of course.
So I think you all know Sergeant Chris Bailey. Elaine Vick, could you come up too? And I think you all know Sergeant Chris Bailey and his heroic deed you just saw on the video there. It's pretty incredible to see that. And I just thought it would be nice. He worked all night, had some difficulty getting here this morning, but again, while we're sleeping, they're out working. This is as fine of a deputy as you'll find anywhere in the United States. Trooper, conservation officer, I don't care what. This is as good as it gets right here. So I'd just like to recognize him, and we'll come up, I hope, maybe stand in front of the board and get a picture. I know 9 and 10 or 7 and 4 want to do something. So Chris, on behalf of our sheriff's office, on August 27th, 2021, with no regard for his own safety, Sergeant Bailey dragged a suicidal subject away from a burning vehicle. His actions exemplify the meaning of service above self and show his true dedication to citizens of Leelanau County and to the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office. So with this, we present you this. I want to have you hold that toward him. If you would all just stand for a moment. Right here, Mr. and Mrs. Bailey. Stand right here. If you would, thank you all for this opportunity. Okay. Lots of focus here.
This is good. You are a handsome family. I gotta understand.
Aren't we though?
Thank you so much. Thanks again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Good job. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so then that brings us to Indigenous Peoples Day. Commissioner Wessel.
Yes, I've been asked to read the resolution that we bring forward every year. This resolution was originally passed unanimously by this commission, and so I will read it. A resolution to recognize the first day of October as Indigenous Peoples Day, whereas the county of Leelanau is situated on a peninsula of unique and unparalleled beauty, which provides a bounty to its residents through fertile land and access to Lake Michigan and the Grand Traverse Bay. And whereas the county of Leelanau would not exist, nor its residents enjoy its beauty and bounty, but for the annexation of its lands from the homelands of the Anishinaabe people who lived here since time immemorial and to the present day. And whereas the county of Leelanau understands that the historical relationship that brought it into being now wishes to recognize with gratitude the roots, history, and contributions of the Anishinaabe people toward its existence. And whereas an international movement began in 1977 to initiate an Indigenous Peoples Day by a delegation of Native nations to the United States. And whereas in 1990, representatives from 120 Indigenous nations at the First Continental Conference on 500 years of Indian resistance unanimously passed a resolution to use Columbus Day as an opportunity to educate the public about Indian culture that pre-existed European contact and still exists and thrives today. And whereas since 1990, numerous municipalities throughout the United States have incorporated the principles of the First Continental Conference by voting to institute an Indigenous Peoples Day and to use the day to honor the culture, heritage, and contributions of their native citizens and neighbors. And whereas in 1990, Congress passed a joint resolution requesting the president designate November as National American Indian Heritage Month by a proclamation of the President of the United States. And whereas Leelanau County wishes to extend recognition to and appreciation of its Anishinaabe citizens and neighbors and their shared history, now therefore it be resolved that Leelanau County shall forthwith recognize the first day of October as Indigenous Peoples Day. And further be it resolved that Indigenous Peoples Day should be used to reflect the ongoing challenges posed to Indigenous people of this land and to celebrate their continued existence and culture and to honor and appreciate their commitment to protecting and preserving the earth, her resources, and all living beings. Signed by the commissioners of Leelanau County.
Very much. So then that would bring us to our action items.
Mr. Roof was scheduled to be here, but I'm not sure why he's not here, but let me just give a brief overview. Police announced that we were awarded a grant from the Michigan Department of Military and Veteran Affairs for $55,240.72 to help promote our Veteran Affairs services and services directly to the veterans. This was a bit of a challenge because, as you know, we're in a partnership with Grand Traverse County. Originally, we were told we're not eligible since we don't meet the 50% staff criteria. We appealed that, claiming that our veterans had an option of going not only one day a week here in Leelanau County, but our contract provides them access to Grand Traverse County. So actually, they have access 5 days a week instead of just 1 day a week. We did submit a copy of our agreement with Grand Traverse County. Last month, I was notified that they agreed with our appeal. So the good news is we did have a contract. It's in the package that said it's $55,240, which will go to promote services in Leelanau County for our veterans.
Thank you. Good job. Yes.
Sometimes when you deal with bureaucracy, you have to just keep calling and keep reminding them. Yep. We do have part, and we truly do. And we do have many veterans that go to Grand Traverse County. It's easier for them. Sometimes you live in Nolan Township, it's easier just to go to Grand Traverse County, or if you're shopping and Tuesday may not be a good day for you. And so we do encourage them to go. And so we truly do provide services 5 days a week.
I'll start going there anyway.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so that's-
For they may be going there for doctor's appointment, they may go in for the.
You need a motion to accept this grant.
Yes, yeah.
We have a motion to accept the grant. Commissioner Wessel.
I move to accept the grant as presented.
Support.
We should say, is it from the Michigan Department of Military and Veterans Affairs?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
We should say. And what was the amount again?
55,000, I just turned my page on it, 55,200.
Just the exact.
Yeah, we'll put it in our motion.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
But it's a full amount.
Any questions? or statements?
55,240.72.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So that brings us to the Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition.
Yeah, that time I'd like to have Greg McMurrow and Rebecca Tenbrook come forward here. Have a seat here. In January of, I believe, 2016, during our goals meeting, Commissioner Rushton came up with a concept of dealing with substance abuse. And I think that was kind of a foreign concept for many of us. We all realize it's a major problem, but how do we go forward and what do we do? And that was accepted as one of our goals. And in June of 2016, we went through the list and I selected 34 people to invite to a meeting just to talk about it. I was hoping maybe half would show up to that meeting. You know, when you have a scheduled meeting in the middle of summer at 3 o'clock, I just didn't know how many people would show up. Every one of those people showed up. We had 34 people invited, 34 people showed up. And that obviously stated that there's a major need here. I won't go through the whole history. We did form a coalition. We looked at federal funding. We didn't believe that was in our best option. We formed great partnership with the local school districts. We had all the superintendents involved. We brought in speakers, did seminars, did workshops. They were going quite well. And then COVID hit. And so that has been a challenge. We also transitioned from a consultant from downstate that helped us start the consultant. She did a great job, to Greg McMurrow. Greg volunteered his service to be on our committee the first year. And then we asked him to be our official liaison, and he has represented Leelanau County in many different groups and organizations. And thank you, Greg, for all your efforts. And then we're about to transition here. But before we do that, Greg, could you just kind of tell us what your role has been the last several years?
Sure. I've had first of all, good morning. I have had the privilege of working with the coalition, and specifically with Deb Rushton and Ty Wessel, who had unfettered support for us. And what we tried to do was build upon the work of the consultant who started this. It was a very talented woman, and she put together a framework that she had used in a county downstate. Subsequently, part of her strategy was to request a federal grant, a SAMHSA grant, to build a coalition locally. After an analysis, we came to the conclusion that getting that federal grant would have so many, it didn't fit a county of our size. It fit a county of 120,000 or more. It would have added a layer of bureaucracy that was just unnecessary for the mission. But what it did do was it brought together the stakeholders from the schools, from government. We had strong support from the sheriff, from the prosecutor, from the judge, and I don't mean to diminish anything anyone else has said here today by any means, but from the wizard who supported us all along, and I love that characterization, special talents, the wizard has. In any event, it brought together all the stakeholders, and we had strong support from the schools. Then the pandemic hit. We also had a major changeover in the leadership in several school districts, which caused a disruption in the continuity of the mission. Cohowever, the mission stayed the same, to drive a message of prevention, substance abuse prevention. We could have a long discussion on statistics, but if you abuse alcohol, you're twice as likely to become a heroin addict. If you abuse marijuana, you're about 3.5 times likely to be a heroin addict. If you abuse cocaine, you're 15 times more likely to be a heroin addict. If you abuse opiates, you're 46 times more likely. So if you follow that logarithmic scale and apply it to any other metric in your life, you'd say the best course of action is to prevent it at the beginning, right? We've got to continue to send a message of healthy living and prevention. So that's what, in a nutshell, we tried to do.
Yeah. One partner that we didn't mention was the Grand Traverse Band. They have been very strong partners from the very beginning. When we started in 2016, I invited 5 members to come here, just have a dialogue with it. 16 other members showed up here because it's a major issue with them. Our meetings, when we were meeting in person, we were alternating between here and the tribe. If you notice the ads in the enterprise about substance abuse, they have been in partnership with us. And so they have been very strong partners. And now we're at the point on how do we go forward?
Right.
One of the things that Greg and I and Commissioner Rushton all agreed is we need to get back into the schools and we need to work with the young because that's the key. We have to start at a young age and inform them about the challenges and the options and so forth. So we're thinking, how can we do that? And Greg and I both feel we're a little too old maybe to be dealing with 14, 15, and 16-year-olds. They may not relate to us. So, but everything happens for a reason. About a year ago, Rebecca here presented to our committee about what they're doing through LIFT. And she's been attending our meetings virtually since then. And when we were talking, we all kind of brainstorming is how can we transition? How can we impact those kids throughout the county? And there's a great program called LIFT, which I'll let Rebecca talk about. And we were brainstorming. We all came up with one person that we think can take us to the next level and really have a true impact on all our school districts in Leelanau County, not just Suttons Bay, not just local here, but throughout the whole county. We want to do Glen Lake, we want to do Northport, Leland, St. Mary's. We want to impact the entire county. So Rebecca, you want to tell us about yourself, about Lift?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. I'm Rebecca Tenbrink, and I have lived here for the last 9 years. My husband and I moved here as he received a job at Munson Medical Center, and we thought we'll stay for a year. And here we are. We now have a house in Lake Leelanau and a 5-year-old son who is attending kindergarten at Suttons Bay. So when we first moved here, my husband went down to the local hockey rink and we didn't know a soul. And he's like, I think I'm gonna go ask if I can play hockey with them. Started playing hockey and he asked the teens, what do you guys do for fun? And they're like, yeah, you're looking at it, man. There's not much to do. Everything closes at 8. And so he was like, well, why don't you guys come up and we'll do an NHL draft. So they came over to our house, and what started as a group of 5 teenagers in our home slowly grew and grew and grew until every weekend we were hosting some different event for them. Game night, movie night, nature hike, walks. And we really began to see the need for youth involvement in this area. We 5 years ago had our son, and I was like, okay, these kids need to get out of my house now. And so we started Lift in the basement of the Friendship Community Center. And it has grown immensely, and we've actually outgrown our space in a lot of ways. And we are now putting our location for elementary school and middle school in Suttons Bay, and hope to replicate this throughout the entire county with the hope of COVID relief funds potentially, and have been plugged in with the local youth in many different facets over the last 5 years. One of our strategies is to incorporate mentors into their lives from day-to-day living. So we have mentors that go to football games and go to soccer games and are trusted faces that they consistently see. With a lot of our youth in the area, adults kind of come and go out of their life, and so that consistency is really important. And from this, this groundwork that we've been doing, we've now formed some really substantial partnerships with community members and community organizations, including Suttons Bay Public School as one of them. And we received some funding through the Liquor Tax Fund. And, the list truly goes on and on and on, because if there's anything I've learned about this community, it's that you all are for the youth. And we're very thankful for that. And COVID certainly did reveal some layers of things, that services we were missing. And I believe that youth services countywide was one of those things, as we saw usage in our teens go up and mental health occurrences also go up. And so we are really proud to be able to continue to keep filling those gaps. So that's a little bit about Lift. And how does this relate to the substance? Yeah. So my background is in family life therapy. And so youth is connected to the whole of the family. And the whole of the family is where prevention starts, right? There's not just one group you target and then, oh, problem solved. But if we begin to form really important community events and start addressing things from when kids are little onto the youth age and onto young adulthood, there's this weird gap of some kids that are now home due to COVID. They're like, I was at college, now I'm not. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm living with my parents. And starting to address every single one of those age groups, including parents and grandparents, because within each subset, there are some ways to prevent. And so as a big collective and a huge community engagement piece, we're hoping to really get everyone on board. And truly, I feel that my job for this would be to coordinate all of those things and to continue networking within all of the schools, within all of the agencies that we have here. There's so many wonderful, talented people that we will continue to keep involved. And Greg has laid an amazing foundation that we can continue on.
Thank you. I just feel very fortunate. We have, as Ted alluded to, it's time to transition the leadership of this coalition and perhaps leverage the great work that LIFT has already done. And she built this organization from, at least nominally from her dining room table to one with a freestanding board of directors, a foundation of continued funding by herself. And this prevention message the message and the programming needs to continue. It's just a good time to incorporate, and what we're proposing today is moving the coalition into having that mission of work move into LIFT. That's this explicit proposal on the table. Just as an aside, I'm very fortunate to also represent the county on the NMRE SUD board. We had a meeting yesterday, and at which time 2 grants were discussed and approved that affect our county, specifically the liquor tax grant money that you just mentioned, that's been, I think, requested for a number of years through the family court and through Sharon Breland. John Boonstra put that grant together over the years. So it's just a good natural time to integrate this and leverage the foundation work that LIFT has done and get this continued constant messaging of prevention and healthy living out to our county using LIFT's connections, and particularly with the schools.
So basically, we're simply asking this transition from the agreement we have with Greg for leadership to LIFT. The contract would not be with Rebecca as an individual, would be with LIFT to continue at the same level. It's part of our budget request, and the board has always been generous with our budget. We haven't asked for anything more since 2016 for the budget, and we're confident we could go forward, and this is the right path to be on. And Greg, thank you for all your efforts. I've got several calls from counties asking if they could use us as a model because they would like to do something. They're very frustrated what's going on in their counties, don't know how to start. And so because of Greg's effort and everyone on the committee, we still have about 30 some people working with us. A lot of counties that have heard about us are saying, what can we do? Can we model your success? Can we do what you're doing? And so thank you, Greg, for all your efforts. And I'm confident this will be a smooth transition and that we're looking forward to really have an impact in Leelanau County, a greater impact.
We don't have our budget books because they're being worked on, but we had this, did we have this under administrator before?
I don't know where you have it.
It's
Yeah,
under the board of commissioners budget.
Okay.
it's the same amount.
And it's, okay, that's my next.
Yeah, we're not asking for
Same
it.
amount,
Yeah.
and we're just transferring it from substance abuse committee to the.
Well, yeah, no, it'd be the exact same,
But yes,
the structure we have in place now, it's a county task force.
but we're no longer funding substance abuse as we were.
No, you'd be doing exactly the same. Instead of contracting with an individual, Mr. McMurrow, you'd be contracting for those leadership services through LIFT, which Rebecca would be
And they
the
would
person.
move throughout the county, then it wouldn't
Yeah.
just be housed in Sutton's Bay.
That's the goal, to expand, yeah. And any other expenditures it still is a county budget, so any supplies, equipment, publicity still go through the same normal process. We're not transferring the money, we're not moving the account. It's just basically a transition of the contract from Greg to LIFT.
Well, I want to compliment you on an excellent transition. That's a terrific choice, and thank you, Greg, for all that you've done.
Thank you.
You've really brought the program forward, and we appreciate it very much. Rebecca and I met a number of years ago when she was back struggling when Dan Leonard from MEDC, and I met her, and you were trying to find refurbishing, I think, information for the basement.
Yes. Yeah.
Where you started, but it's so impressive with what you have done with that program. And in fact, we had a conversation about, is it okay to use LIFT? Because we were using the Leelanau Internet Futures team, and we said, yes, incorporate. We're temporary, you're permanent, we hope.
Yes.
So glad things moved along and delighted that you're willing to do this because we're putting the program in excellent hands. Thank you.
I agree. We are very lucky to have you.
Interesting that you have a counseling background, so that explains. I was really impressed with your dedication, and obviously you and your husband both really, really care about kids in the future. I support totally doing this. Our kids are lucky in this county to have you. I do have a question, the 30,000, which I totally support. That will be used how?
All right, let me explain. It's the same as it has been, $1,000 a month or 12,000 a year will go for the leadership. The rest is up to the committee to decide for programming, could be ads. It's up to the task force to determine the rest of how that money will be allocated.
So then if you have an ad program or some expenditure over that, you'll just come to us.
Yeah, we never have overspent, and we certainly have, but in the past, we've sponsored speakers, we've done seminars, workshops, we purchased supplies for the school districts, we purchased some videos, so it varies year to year. We formed a partnership with the tribe. Yeah, yeah.
Which is good. And so I think this is a great model for how the county spends our tax dollar in programs that support the growth and the health of the county. And I'd like to see this model used in other very, very important things instead of telling people to go out and fundraise when they need to be doing the work and not fundraising. I think this is I think it's important. And I'm glad that we are dealing with and supporting issues that really form the foundation of what makes this a great county. So thank you.
Thank you.
For a motion.
I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and enter into an agreement between Leelanau County and Leelanau Investing for Teens, or LIFT, for consultant services on behalf of the Leelanau County Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition as presented. Funds to come from 967-019.
Support.
Rebecca, I wanted to thank you for your story. I got actually a little teary because it reminded me of a similar one I did when my children were of the age, 14, and I realized that a lot of children that they were friends with didn't have the same opportunities my kids had with the farm. So cleaned out the top of a building, put a pool table up there, and began to host friends of theirs and neighbors, and taught them about farming. And what I did find out is that I had to feed them.
Yes.
Pizza. I brought in pizza and lemonade for them. Of course, that was at my own expense, or sometimes I asked them help from Farm Bureau because it was a great junior farmer program, and I miss it. But then, of course, they graduated high school and just got busy. So very nice to hear your story. Thank you.
One very concrete example, I think, where we had an impact is, I think because of the efforts of this committee, every school district has a vaping policy. We brought some speakers, and like most adults, we didn't quite understand vaping, but it's amazing how the kids came forward and started telling stories, because we had a speaker at each of the schools, and then we had one of the public, and there was one of the tribe. And I think the superintendents were really surprised, as were the counselors too, what a large issue it was that they were not aware of. And we actually found some draft policy, sent it out to them, and every district now has a vaping policy, I think, because of our efforts.
Communication. That's the other thing I found out. You build a bonfire, invite them over, and sit down with them at a bonfire, and they talk.
Yeah.
You learn a lot from.
We're privileged because we kind of get the underground information because we're not the school, but we're not, and we don't require any of them to attend. In fact, with us being at the Friendship Community Center, at the end of the school day, we sit out on the sidewalk and we wait and we just see streams of kids walking down the sidewalk in 0 degrees and rain. And it's incredible. They're choosing to come. They
I
need
should
it and
warn you,
want it.
They still come back.
Yeah, I know.
They stop in and see me all the time, and so they will come back.
They're actually starting to volunteer. So our first group now is 21, 22. Like, can we volunteer? Yes.
Commissioner Rush.
Yes, welcome, Rebecca. I think this is going to be a great partnership. And you and I will talk a little later, but I would like to at this time thank President McMorrow for his stepping up when we needed that leadership. He got us through the pandemic and has brainstormed on how we can move this to reach the people we want to reach, which is our youth. I think I've been saying that since day one. We have to get to the roots. So, as Greg said, you know, we're old school. We're over the hill, you might say. Careful.
Steady.
In the kids' eyes.
Oh, true.
Okay, you didn't let me finish. We don't know anything.
That's true.
Okay, so when we started to talk about, well, when Greg came to us and said he was looking at moving on to bigger and better ideas and projects, we were like, oh no, what's next? And so there was some footwork done, not on my behalf, on these guys. These guys went out there and did the footwork. We met, we had a conversation. I said, she's the perfect one. Her organization, what she has done, she's established in the community, she has those relationships in place, and it provides the kids an opportunity in so many different areas. And like she says, they choose to come there. So when the children choose, they're a little bit more receptive to the message that's being given. So I just want to thank all of you for moving this idea forward to the next level so that we can reach our children. And one day those children will reach their parents.
And become parents.
So.
And I don't want to leave you with the notion that I attend the 21 county NMRE meeting, and yes, there's about 14 counties represented. Not all of them show up. We still have, in terms of the profile of substance abuse prevention, we're the best in the 21 counties in terms of, on many metrics. We still have issues. We still have alcohol trouble with the county. It's bigger, it's by far the biggest abused substance in the county. But generally speaking, because you've put a focus on it, I think the messaging that keeps getting pushed into the county through various avenues, whether it's through the enterprise, whether it's through the Substance Free Coalition of Northern Michigan, spots, ads, and TV, whether the work we did with the band and with Arlene specifically, it pays dividends. So.
I want to at this time thank all of our partners, including our tribal band members, our schools, and everybody that sits on the opioid task force. Everybody plays a part. So thank you.
Commissioner out there.
So this is terrific, and we're getting at the root problem, which is really important. You know, one of the things that's always concerned me in our county, this is a different issue, is adults who have a substance abuse issue pretty much have to go to Traverse City for everything.
For treatment, yeah.
And if they don't have a driver's license, which a lot of them do not, that's just a gap. That's a huge gap. That's a problem our county has.
We were at, you may remember, at several coalition meetings I had Chris Heinbaugh of ATS come. Perhaps you weren't on the coalition at the time, but Chris runs addiction treatment services, and ATS is doing. They're busy, and they're looking at programs to help address that exact issue with a couple of satellites in different parts of theirs. One would be in this county. But I haven't gotten updated from Chris in a while, but I articulated that, or someone at our coalition did at a meeting. So that's a known problem, is transportation for those who aren't able to do it themselves.
That's the vision they're working on because of the dialogue we've had in our meetings.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You want to take a break at this time?
Sure, please.
Try to get back here at 10:30.
Thank you. This is at the parade. Please mute. Oh, thank you.
greater.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
it's on.
fine.
All right.
I was stunned because that made it to the end of the game.
Well, we have two items from the sheriff's office. The first will be the purchase of Celebrate software. We have a couple options. I'll let Lieutenant Kiesel run you through that and the cost and option needs.
So as most of you are aware, back in late 2012, we had started a cyber division. With that, we had purchased equipment, Celebrate, the Touch 2 is what it was called, and it's a small device that allows us to hook to cell phones, tablets, things of that nature. Since that time, there's been over 350 devices downloaded by the deputy, now detective, who oversees that program. About 2 to 3 weeks ago, we had a failure in that program, catastrophic. It wouldn't work. It had happened once before, but when that had happened, it was still under warranty. We investigated on how to get it fixed, and the cost on that was $1,735. At that same time, they let us know that that device that we have does have a unknown date, but soon expected end of life. So their next version, of course, is 4PC, which is actually not a device. It's software related to a computer, internet related, a far better program. Actually, the newest deputy who was trained in that was trained on the new system over the course of this summer. So we would recommend to not fix the old one. We can trade it in for the new one at an additional cost of $1,265. I did talk to Ron about this. He agrees that the upgrade would be the way to go. However, he does not have the funds in his budget for this year. I can make it happen on a capital outlay, and that would be my recommendation, that we go with the new program and trade in the old system. It's far more beneficial. It does not have an end of life. All the updates and service is automatic. There are no additional costs at this time.
No additional cost from year to year.
Right. I mean, we pay a license fee. That license fee doesn't change. That is already covered out of the IT budget. The license stays the same regardless of if we fix the old system or go to the new system.
Okay.
Commissioner Hellfire.
I move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allow the Sheriff's Office to purchase a Celebrate 4PC software system at a cost not to exceed $3,000 to replace and in lieu of repair of the current Celebrate UFBD Touch 2 device. Funds will come from account 970-010.
I'll second.
That would be recommended.
Recommend, yes.
I'm sorry.
Recommended to the board.
It's a recommendation.
I did. Didn't I say that? I
Just
recommended
allowed.
the Board of Commissioners.
I mean, you read it right. You read it as it was, but this is a recommendation at this time.
I thought, okay, I'm sorry. I thought I preceded it with I recommend the Board of Commissioners.
I added it.
Okay,
My head's in, sorry.
you're fine. Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Can I ask a quick question? Mr.
Sure.
How many officers are on the cybercrime? Do we still just have one, or do we have more than one now?
Well, we have Detective Mike Banky, who we promoted to detective. He has a knowledge base for that, and we promoted corporal, we didn't promote, we moved Corporal Brian Dion into that position so that he can function at office if Detective Banky's on investigation or case. So basically, we have two who can function there. It's quite complicated. It's certainly not my forte. I'm good at chasing down the woods, not good with computer stuff. So they're solid on that. And believe it or not, when there's a car accident, if it's a fatal, if there's a fire, if there's a shooting, if there's threats to someone, this is how we're solving a lot of these crimes and able to bring clarity even to the families of what was the cause of the fact of accident. Were they texting? Were they on the phone? Are there drug dealers on there? So it's very, very valuable.
Any other questions? Then we move on then to the NMRMA. Yes.
Yeah, we did it. My question came after as well.
So Lieutenant Roush, you want to give an update on that?
Yes, basically, this is just an update. The sheriff's office purchased for the jail division a device called a Ebola Wrap. It's new law enforcement technology. It's a small handheld device that fires, for lack of a better term, almost like a lasso. It fires it around, it'll wrap around the body. You can use it on the legs or on the arms. If you actually go to the website, there's some pretty neat videos of it actually in use across the country. We felt it would be a good addition to the jail, given some of our heightened instances of inmates with mental health. we've had to deal with. One inmate we had last year, we had to go hands-on with him 3 times in 1 month, and that, you know, was almost an entire duty crew wrestling with this gentleman. A device like this would probably alleviate a lot of that. We could use it, wrap his arms. Basically, if you were standing like this, it would wrap all the way around your arms and subdue you like this. And from that position, you can actually move their arms behind their back and handcuff them. So we're looking to try to get away from, you know, uses of force, hands-on situations where we have potential for injury to officers and the inmate itself. Long and short, we purchased the item. I'm going to submit for an MMRMA RAP grant for $500 back for that. This device is already approved by MMRMA. It's already in their standard list. So once I submit the information, I have to wait till I get a copy of the check from the accounting department to submit that with my application. And we just got the bill, I think, 2 days ago. So I'll submit that application, and once that's approved, I'll come back in front of the board and for acceptance of the grant.
So I first saw this device over a year ago and how it was used at MSA, Michigan Sheriff Association. We're looking for alternatives to lethal force, alternatives to physical contact. You know, I lost most of my vision in my eye with an individual in jail. Bowler wrap would have helped in that case. This individual talked about 3 hands-on over a short period of time while we were waiting for a mental health bed. It's very important. And we had one individual with 2 basically butcher knives walking without coat on in the winter, swing them around, and you were one of the guys involved with that with former Under Sheriff Morgan. And our deputies are around him and he's swinging knives. Certainly justified to use lethal force. We don't want to do it. We knew it was over a man-woman relationship, and you know, there was emotions all over the place, but it was a snowy, cold day. He's barefoot, he's out on the pavement, swinging knives around. We don't have many options without going in and getting cut. In that case, they very successfully used a taser. He did fall, he did hit his head, got a couple stitches in his head, I think, or it was at least cut, whatever. But I mean, the alternative is what? Let him stab you or shoot him. So that's why we've invested in this type of technology. When we got the tasers for everybody, we have this bowler wrap. I wish I had invented it. It's a great idea. And there's some other technology out there down the road where we might be able to avoid using lethal force as well. Some are in form of nets that swing out with lead anchors on them, and others are in form of like a gum machine. It shoots the ultra sticky foam gum stuff on you and it basically immobilizes you. If we have to invest in things like that, we'll look into it or research it, but it's better than hurting people. The last thing we want to do is hurt somebody, but we also have to protect the deputy, so.
The phone one,
Mm-hmm.
can we do that for escaping toddlers?
Yes, yeah, with a little tether on it, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, there's something to be said for that, what they're doing in research. I mean, we're never going to avoid I guess, the instance where somebody presents lethal force on a traffic stop. They come out with a gun, they come out with a knife, whatever. We can only do what we can do. But anytime, especially in a controlled setting like this, I talked to the lieutenant about getting this. I said, we should get into this. If we can avoid getting our deputies hurt, which costs to the county for workman's comp and everything else, or avoid hurting somebody, we will. So we will from time to time watch and study the technologies that are out there. And if there's a way to incapacitate people without hurting them, we will. So.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
How close do you have to be?
Within, let's just say 10 feet. Do you know the exact?
I don't know. I think it's somewhere around 25 feet. So there is a pretty good distance that it is functional.
I think I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant when we would use it. Like if we could talk to you from here to there, fine, we'll keep talking to you. But if you close within 10 feet, you're going to get bullied or tased. Something's going to happen. I misunderstood what you said. Yeah, it has a fairly good range. It certainly has a range of a jail cell. In most instances, once we make entrances into those cells, you're within about 25 foot or thereabouts. So.
Can you say the name of this?
Bolo wrap, B-O-L-O.
How exactly, is it like a taser? I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of like a taser. You could carry it on your belt or duty belt, or you could have it there. We have like what's called pepper ball guns, look like mini machine guns, and they shoot pepper ball gas. Well, it can be used just like that. If you need that tool, you take it out of the rack and bring it into the cell. And then it is used kind of like a taser. You point it at them, you give them the warning, quit it, whatever you're going to do. If they don't do it, you'll wrap them. The one thing that could happen from this that I've seen and thought about right away and talked to them, you wrap their arms up, their legs up, they could fall over and hit their head. Well, it's better than, it's better than the alternatives, I guess. If they fall and hit their head, we'll do what we can to mitigate that. But it seems that it's a very good device. It's simple to use and it's small.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is different from the taser. This is isolated to certain portion of the body?
So when you're going to shoot out something that's basically, think of it like a rope with lead on the end. And when it hits you, it wraps around you like this, like a lasso, and it basically freezes you where you are. So you can't use your arms or your legs to kick or hit. Whereas a taser is a neural motor incapacitation, NMI. And what that does, basically, if you tase someone, it's basically you get this ultra shock through your body, but you cannot move. You can't lift your arm, move your leg, can't do anything. You just basically fall over like a statue that was pushed over. So where a taser has an NMI for approximately 5 seconds per burst. And again, we can add more, but generally it's a 5-second burst, at which time we approach them, we handcuff them. This would leave them wrapped up till we get them in handcuffs or get them in what we call the chair. They have a restraint chair. It's like a padded sofa chair. And it has wraps all around, if you will, like they have in a mental institution. So it gives us the ability to incapacitate them so they won't hurt another inmate, themselves, or us.
Well, the bola is actually used in South America. It's actually a rope that the cowboys use they throw it around the legs of the cow and it'll fall over and then they can brand them. Or instead of a lasso, that is what they used in South America, and it had 2 balls on the end. And that's what bola means, is ball.
Yep.
So that's
where the name comes from. Yep.
That's where they invented it.
Electric charge.
Yep.
Right.
No electric charge, just ropes.
Commissioner Howard.
So then you can reuse this?
You got recharge units you have to buy, like, how much are the individual cartridges beyond
They're
that?
30, they're similar to a taser in the sense that every shot is 1 cartridge.
Okay.
So it's 1 cartridge. When you use it, the wrap comes out and instead of balls on the end, this has 3 little hooks. So when it wraps around, it hooks onto itself. So every time we would use it, we would have to use another cartridge.
And we have to purchase cartridges for training too. So just like the taser charges, we can take the unit that has the sending the darts and the wires out, we can take that off and use it as a stun gun, or we can leave it on and send it. But when we train down in our new training center in the basement. And I know some of you got to see that where, we actually have the full-size men and wearing clothes and all that we tase. So there will be some cost to, purchasing those cartridges. I wonder, were they $40 a piece or $50
They
a
were
piece?
the total package for the device itself, a holster to carry it in, 2 holsters to carry extra cartridges, and 22 cartridges was enough to train all the employees, plus have, I think it was 4 or 5 for use in the jail. I think it was $1,935 for everything.
So there is no electric, but you're saying it's physically.
Yep, physically wrapped them. It's kind of like a cowboy with a rope lassoing somebody. Yep. And that's where that comes from, that ball up, yep.
Having trouble seeing what this.
Well, it's conceptually something different. I mean, the law enforcement world is always trying to find ways to restrain or control people without hurting them.
Yes.
And they've done a variety of things. For instance, tasers, we don't tase people when they're in water. We don't tase people if they're going to jump off a house. We don't tase them to get them to comply because they'll freeze and fall off. I mean, we don't tase pregnant women. So there's some things where there's parameters to use, and there's some accepted risk to everything. In this case, I could see someone being, boloed and basically falling over sideways. Well, it's better than, the alternative, I guess. And hopefully they're not that bad. But our experience is, and our experience is jails are the new mental health facility, unfortunately. And we've talked about that before. The vast majority of people in there have some form of either drug addiction, alcohol addiction, combination, or mental illness, organic or self-induced. So that said, if we are in that situation, we're always trying to explore these different avenues.
I'll send a video to Chet and have him disseminate to you guys, so you guys can just see what we're talking about, get a little better idea of what it is.
Okay.
To you, Sheriff, would you try to be interested in helping out on this since we house some of their inmates?
That's possible. Right now we had enough to cover it in our existing operational funds, but I welcome like the Grand Traverse Band, the National Park Service, the State Police DNR to train with us. We recently had 3 school events, and in the 3 school events, we had everybody right up to inviting FBI. And if the tribe is interested in this, they'll be able to come over to our facility. Maybe they can in the future under 2% fund some new cartridges or new training. And we think it'd be a good thing to do. And I will definitely check with them. That's a good possibility. We'll check and see what we can do.
This is just an update. There's no.
That's it.
vote on this.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we took a lot of time here this morning, but we had some things to cover. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to emergency management. And I'd also like to move the tower contract update from number 14 up to put it as a D. I think while he's here, rather than we'll have to wait till the end.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate that, yeah. Okay, first item would be the intergovernmental agreement with Grand Traverse Band. Basically, this has to do with our computer-aided dispatch system. Back in 2018, the board decided to fund this system, and it's very robust. It's very, it has lots of redundant features to it. Unfortunately, we are kind of at the mercy of our physical building. If something were to happen to the sheriff's office building next door, our CAD system would be in jeopardy. We wouldn't be able to continue to operate if we moved to a different location. What the tribe did on their own was to purchase a disaster recovery server. They have that purchased, they have that installed. It is currently in operation, backing up our data right now with the system. What we would like to do is have tribal police start utilizing the same CAD system so that we can start sharing information. It'll help our departments, it'll help their department in order to have all the same information working together. So with this intergovernmental agreement, we had the county attorney draw it up. It was presented to my counterpart over at the tribe, took it to tribal council, and they accepted it right away. So there was no negotiation whatsoever. And that's where we stand. If the board is accepting of the agreement, we can start having the tribe utilize our software, since they purchased the disaster recovery server for us, and we're not limited to one physical location redundancy.
Commissioner West.
Yes, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the intergovernmental agreement between Leelanau County and the Grand Traverse Band of Iowa and Chippewa Indians for the use of the Motorola clutch system for 10 years as presented.
Support.
Commissioner Locke.
Okay, Mr. Witzel doesn't want to speak to the motion. I just had a quick question. So the benefits, other than making sure that we have the redundancy and we have a second location, should there be a fire over here?
Correct.
Would all dispatchers go there also? Or?
We don't have a dispatch center set up there.
Right.
What we would be able to do is utilize our mobile command vehicle in order to have the CAD system in there. Our next gen 911 phone system, the Nomad positions that we recently purchased. And then it had radio capability in there as well.
So we would do probably for dispatch, perhaps it would go down to Grand Traverse for a while, something like that.
Yeah, it could.
So then what are the other benefits of having the tribe trained in the system? The next worst event is that we are incapacitated in some way or can't get there, or what are some other benefits?
The tribal police would be utilizing it the same as our sheriff's office would. So day to day for their daily operations. They wouldn't be supplementing our dispatch center at all. It's that server just serves as the data backup to make sure that we don't lose anything.
The benefits. I mean, if they're using it daily and working more, right, in more of a combination daily of what we're doing, there has to be even more benefits to. They're basically already up and running. There has to be.
Yeah, you can imagine the supplemental data that the tribe comes into on all of their tribal properties around the region. It's kind of a struggle to even pronounce the road names, to be honest with you. You can imagine all that good stuff. So them being able to contribute into the system, and we can take out just immeasurable data that way, and vice versa. So when we deal with tribal members outside the tribal reservation, they would have firsthand knowledge of all that.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. That brings us to approval of the FY 2022
Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Yeah, this is the annual agreement that supplements my salary. Unfortunately, FEMA has put a hold on some of the documentation. They haven't technically pushed back the deadline though. So I definitely wanted to get this in front of you with as much information as I could. And obviously it's going to continue with the quarterly reporting that I do, and I do submit electronic signatures for the board chair. So that we don't miss a deadline that's not pushed back, I wanted to put this in front of you right now.
Commissioner Locke.
Yes, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to allow the chairman of the board to sign the EMPG work agreement and other documents related to the grant agreement as presented, and to allow the Office of Emergency Management to submit the electronic signatures for the required quarterly reports.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. Then that brings us to the disassembled tower sale.
Yeah, this is a informational point right now. I was approached by Radio North, who is in agreement with the U.S. Forest Service to erect a tower for their communication needs in the Mayo area. We do have a 100-foot tower that we disassembled from the Northport area. It was right at the fire station. We put up the new monopole tower. That has been sitting at the Central Tower site since 2016. It is without a foundation. It is missing some of the bracketing. I feel that the most that we probably could get for this tower based on research that I've done would be about $2,500. The Forest Service originally offered $1,500 for this. I countered with $2,000. We suspect that they will agree to that. Now, if the board decides to just go out for bids to see who would want to buy this tower other than the Forest Service, I feel that there may be a very good chance that we would get below 2,000 through that process. So the governmental cooperation with the U.S. Forest Service, I feel, is an excellent choice.
Commissioner Wesson.
And that's not a tower that we might use to support our cell or broadband efforts in counties where we don't have any?
There wouldn't be any substantial equipment that we could put on that tower. Definitely not cellular equipment. It wouldn't hold what we would need to fill in areas. Some of the ISPs maybe, but they would probably be ones to submit through that RFP process and underbid the price.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
So at some point we'll have a proposal for you. We just don't have it.
If the board is okay moving forward with this, I can bring it forth to the next
We may
meeting.
have a formal request from them, so that's why we put it on the agenda. If we get it by next Tuesday, we'll let you know, or when we start the process. But if both Matt and I agreed it made sense, and we work with other local units of government if they
right.
not work. And the question that you asked is one we talked about too. We don't think this would be kind of benefit for us to maintain it. It's sitting there for 5 years now. I think it's a win-win.
Any other questions? All right, we move on then to the tower contract.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yes, almost. Yeah, I didn't want to come back. You're right. Thank you. So with the tower RFPs, we have had quite a bit of question and answers. We had almost zero through our first 2 processes for this proposed new tower site at the governmental center. So it's the interest is out there. We're very excited about that. And we have 4 intent to bid proposals into the administrator's office right now. So we're very excited that we will see a qualified proposal for not only this proposed new site, but also the Maple City Tower to erect it up to 300 feet. So cautiously optimistic right now, but it is all the signs are pointing to some good progress.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
I do have one. This is kind of related to tower contracts because it's how are we coming on getting contracts for ISPs on existing towers?
We actually just had the Agra Valley contracts. They came back and were approved by a county attorney. The board passed the acceptance of those lease agreements pending attorney review. So I believe you signed them last week. I am not sure. We will, yes, at the budget meeting. So those are in place. We're going to provide them with the copies, and they should be making movement to put equipment on those 3 towers. So that's Maple City, Central, and Omina. So we're very excited about that. That's a very big development.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, and that brings us then to planning, community development, and housing affordability restrictions.
Good morning.
Morning.
So the first item I have for you today is a request to relinquish our affordability restrictions on houses in Leelanau County. There's 13 homes. And just as a little background, we prepared and then received grants over the years to construct new homes in Leelanau County. And they had affordability restrictions on them. And many of these we cooperated with Homestretch. So Homestretch also had affordability restrictions on these. Back when Ron Crummell was here, we relinquished some of these with quitclaim deeds. And about more than 2 months ago, 6 months ago, I started doing some research on what homes were still left and did we have affordability restrictions on them as well as Homestretch. So that's where I came through and found that we had 13 homes that still had affordability restrictions on them. Homestretch has them as well. So it's a duplication of effort. And so I had corporate counsel review all those documents and prepare similar quitclaim deeds as what we had done years ago to relinquish this and put it all in the hands of Homestretch so that we're not duplicating efforts. So it's paperwork. We don't have any ownership in the land. We don't have any ownership in the homes themselves. We have a role to play in the affordability restrictions when someone wants to sell the home and make sure that the new buyer meets all the qualifications. So there's a lot of paperwork to be done. And my recommendation to you is that we step out of that role and just let Homestretch do it. So corporate counsel drafted all these quitclaim deeds. There would be a cost of $390 to record them at the Register of Deeds, but we would no longer have a role in that. Homestretch would do it. And they have a lot more homes that have these restrictions and are used to doing this. So that's a quick summary for you. If you have any questions on any specifics, be glad to answer them.
Commissioner Elder.
Motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners, geez, sorry, disappeared. There it is.
Page 142.
I know, I clicked on it, it disappeared. To waive the policy on board requirements and enter an agreement between.
That's not ours. That's not mine.
That's not yours?
No.
Oh, I went back to the wrong one. This is not my morning. Thank you. Motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the signing of all quitclaim deeds for properties developed with affordability restrictions as part of grant agreements between Leelanau County and the Michigan State Housing Development Authority.
Or
And it's big enough so I can read it.
Any questions?
Just a comment. I think this is a very good move on your part too. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
Trust them fully on it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. That brings us to the capital improvement plan.
Yeah, so I'm bringing the capital improvement program back to you to take a look at and see if you're ready to either approve it or accept it. You've done different motions in the past. I did make the changes that you requested, and then I also included in the charts an update on the towers. So I gathered that information from Matt Ansorgi on the actual cost of some of these towers. And of course, this is subject to bids coming in and so forth. So this is the best information we have at this time. So if you are acceptant of it, you would make a motion to either approve it or accept it. The County Planning Commission was in agreement with all the changes. They reviewed it last month and said, take it back to the county board for their action now.
Commissioner Locke.
Yes, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept the 2022 through 2027 capital improvement program for Leelanau County.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Drew.
Yes, and that brings us to the Title 4D.
Good morning.
Morning.
I come here every year with this contract, and this is our 4D contract. We get reimbursed by the state for establishing child support. And so I'm asking that the contract be accepted. And should there be any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Commissioner Sotos.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve amendment number 1 to the agreement CSPA 17-45002-A22 between the County of Leelanau and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services in the amount of $137,085.02 for a 2-year period ending September 30th, 2023. Funds to be deposited in 564.000.
Support. Commissioner Locke.
Never noticed that before. I imagine the 45 is our county in your agreement number.
I'm sorry?
The 45 is our county, I would guess, in our agreement number. I've just never noticed it before. I know that we've always had that number in there, but it's just interesting. Joe, how many of these cases, what is the trend that you're seeing in these cases? Is it up, is it down? What is it generally?
It's fairly consistent. Again, a lot of these cases kind of refer to our office where you have a child that's typically they're a child's born, the mother gets support services for birthing or childcare or something, and then a referral goes to the state, and then the state refers it to us, and our office undertakes the establishment of the support. I would say it's fairly constant. It's our employee Peggy is working on a 21-hour per week, so it's not a full-time position. The nice part about it, I like it because it provides a service to a lot of people in the community. The alternative in some counties have had the friend of the court do it. I just find that it's something that has been in my office for 15 plus years. It's pretty much all funded. It's not costing the county any money, and I think it provides our community with a good service. Children need to be supported.
I agree, and we do have great staff. I commend you on that. I just, to be in the numbers, do we have a dozen a year? Do we have 50 a year? What is it?
Oh, I would say a good estimate would probably be around 50, probably between 25 and 50. But again, you've asked, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's going to fluctuate. It's going to vary. I mean, sometimes people fall on hard times. You're going to have more referrals.
Yeah.
But I would say it's fairly consistent. And one thing that's changed in our community too is the demographics. We're an aging community. We're a community that it's very hard for young people to live in, to establish themselves. So, it's a function of the times too that we live in.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
very much. So that brings us to senior services. I believe April's here.
Good morning.
Morning.
With the approval of restructuring my department led to us hiring 2 new staff members and discontinuing a part of the contract with ShareCare for care coordination services. And as a result of that, the ShareCare has requested that we have a memorandum of understanding between our organizations for that care coordination service. They have grants that are specific or conducive to having that service available to them. And so we spoke with legal counsel, and so they have, and they drafted a memorandum of understanding for us to be able, stating that we would provide care coordination services for their membership and Leelanau County residents. So I bring that before you today for your approval.
Mr. Wessel.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve a memorandum of understanding between Leelanau County Senior Services and Share Care of Leelanau Incorporated for care coordination services beginning October 1, 2021, pending corporate council review.
Support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And then I also bring before you, we spoke with legal counsel in regards to the original contract with Share Care included the care coordination piece. And so we spoke to them about amending that contract, as having an amendment, and they recommended that we create a new contract that just included the volunteer coordination services, the remainder part of that contract. And so nothing has changed in regards to the contract from what you originally approved. It's just specifically just only for volunteer coordination services.
Commissioner Wessel.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners to approve Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into a contract with Share Care of Leelanau Incorporated to provide volunteer coordination services for up to $51,000 beginning October 1, 2021 through December 31, 2022.
Support.
And all that goes to the volunteers,
Goes to the volunteer coordinator, the position.
the volunteer coordinator position.
Correct.
So it's not a paid volunteer.
It is not.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to Ron with the informational server.
Good morning, everybody. What I have here is a proposal to upgrade our SQL server software only, not the physical hardware itself, but just the server. We are under version 2014. The current version is 2019. 2014 is running just fine. However, with our equalization department, the BSNA software that is used by our townships is the release that they have is under a more current version of SQL. So when they try to send their data to us on a backup and we try to restore it, it doesn't all restore properly. So we really need to get our software upgraded to a point where we have a more seamless environment between us and the townships. The software is used by several different applications, our accounting software, the BSNA, senior services uses the SQL server. So that's basically it.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive its bid policy and bid requirements and approve the purchase of the current version of Microsoft SQL from the CDWG under the GSA contract for $4,651.03. And funds to come from data processing, fund number 636.
Second.
If I may, I meant to preface that with a question. So we have to waive our bid policy because this is the only software that can do
Yes.
what we need it to do.
That's correct. Yeah, the Microsoft version. Yeah, that's what their software is written to. So, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
A comment to Ron, I'm getting really good at spotting your training email.
All right, good deal.
We appreciate that. That means he wasn't at the beginning. That's what he said.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to step up your game, Ron.
If you could take a few minutes about your lunch request, we'll do the one form so we can get that here. If you'd like to have lunch, just fill out some down to me.
All right. This brings us to equalization. Commissioner Solisville.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve a millage rate that does not exceed the maximum allowable millage levy inserted in column 9 and place that millage rate in column 10 as the millage rate requested to be levied on December 1st, 2021.
Support.
I'd like to make an amendment to that. I would like to try to correct what I did earlier in the year and for the allocated for the county, change that to 3.3788.
Support.
Well, and as well, and leave the road and the senior the same, but then change the early childhood to 0.000.
Okay.
I would like to ask for a break while we look at your first amendment and see what dollars we're talking about before we have discussion. We
Yes.
we didn't do that last time, and I think we need to do that.
We need to look at it, yes.
And
Yes.
during that break, if you could identify your reasons for eliminating the early childhood millage.
Sure. I'll do it after break, not during.
But I mean, if you can think about what that might be,
Yeah, okay.
and maybe put them in writing.
Okay.
I'm going to have some help with the math, however.
Okay.
I can help you with the math.
Between Jen and Amber.
Right here?
Yeah.
Now, can we just do it right here?
Yeah, if they would, it's it's actually, what I did here is, instead of doing the two 1,000s, what is it? 10 hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, is that the 6? I moved it up to the 3.7, which would be the hundreds.
Correct. You're going to reduce it from 3.3988 to 3.3788. Is that correct?
Correct. And we had reduced it to 3.3986. So we'll leave that at 2/10, which was 600 and some dollars. If you come up to the hundreds, then it's 60 some thousand, between 60 and 70,000 from my math, but
I don't have a calculator here with me, but if I can get one, I can do the math for you.
That with the actual number.
Yeah, I would like to have the actual.
If you don't mind.
So we
Sure.
can see.
Sure. Let me.
Can we pull up our coffee cup? Wait, is it?
Yes, yeah, let's just take
You can fill out your lunch.
One second, because I couldn't hear. Is this regarding early childhood development?
This one is for the county tax. And then.
To support that?
Excuse me?
To support or to
No, it's to
remove?
find out the amount.
Okay,
And the second part of it is elimination of the early childhood millage, is what the chairman is proposing.
I see. Thank you for clarifying.
All right. I will return shortly with your math.
No, I have one here.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't want to.
Melinda, you have your,
We're gonna find out.
Wes, you have,
No, thank you. Brought my lunch.
okay. So make sure we didn't miss anyone.
Thanks.
Okay, so
I know.
Jeff, Ty, and Rick, right?
I know.
Pardon?
I have lunch orders from Deb, Ty, and Rick.
You know what?
She's more looking at you.
I forgot I brought lunch.
Okay.
So,
Just limited.
now that they mentioned. I forgot I have it.
Okay.
Well, that's good. I'm glad
please unmute.
Okay, so after discussions with the deputy treasurer, that number that is in column 10, the three, what you've previously levied, the 3
What about the county millage? Just
correct, the county allocated, correct, the 3.3986, that has already been set for the year, so it can't be reduced until we do a following 29, which would be next spring.
That is on the July tax bills.
Correct.
Okay.
So today, you have the other 3 millages that you do. Those are on the December tax bills, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll leave that one alone then. So we can't change it.
Correct.
All right, so we'll leave that alone. So then I would have to ask that motion be, is that okay with the second? We just pull that one off and leave it the same?
So, yeah, or you can amend your motion to just,
Yeah, well, so I would amend my motion to leave that, the 3.3986, the same, and then all the other, the road operation and the seniors stay the same, and then only early childhood be changed to 0. Is that okay with you? Okay.
Are you changing your motion or making another amendment?
I'm amending my motion to.
You're amending your amendment.
My first motion.
You didn't
You
have.
didn't make the motion, I did.
Oh, that's true. That's right. I'm adding a second amendment
No,
to
no, no,
eliminate.
no, no. You can withdraw your amendment. She has a second amendment. You don't get 2 amendments. You can pull your amendment and make another amendment, but you can't do a second amendment.
I was thinking we make the
the
motion. I was thinking
Right.
we'll make the
Well,
motion.
here's what I'll do. I'll amend my amendment to the correct amount for the county.
Okay.
Is that okay with the? Yes, all right, good. Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Soto.
Yes, and I am proposing an amendment. I propose that the action on this issue be postponed until we have a public hearing on the elimination of the early childhood millage that the voters voted for. And we request an attorney opinion, as I don't believe you can eliminate a millage that was voted for by the Leelanau County voters.
It's not an
Support.
It's an amendment. I thought we already had 3.
No,
The main-
didn't.
No, she made the motion, I made an amendment.
Okay.
Then she's making a second amendment to her motion. So I don't think you can make an amendment to your own motion.
Maybe you can't. Ty, would you like to
That
make
is
that?
my amendment.
And I will support it.
Okay, yes. So we'll vote on the second amendment first.
Can we have any discussion?
Certainly. Yes.
I'm just flabbergasted. It's another, put your hand down while I speak, and then I won't raise mine when I speak. Every meeting we come and there's some gotcha surprise motion made by somebody. The voters approved an early childhood program. You didn't just make a motion to reduce the millage, you made a motion to eliminate the entire program. I can't even believe it. I can't believe that we're at this point, sitting at this table, that you decide as a chairman of this board to surprise us in a meeting and say, I'm going to propose secretly to eliminate the entire program. That is out of this world crazy.
Mr. Sluse.
Mr. Chairman, I asked for your reasons in writing. Did you do that during the break?
Yeah, yes.
May we see them?
In a minute, we're still in discussion here, yes.
I thought that was part of the discussion.
It will be.
Okay, so since I made the original motion and have the floor, if I may. Along with Ty, and I don't think there's a word I can use, stunned. In August, we had a very good presentation on this program. It's been very successful. It's reaching a lot of families and their children. They have plans to expand to Saturday programs. They have plans to initiate this year a Hispanic speaking program, for just Hispanic kids. They are reaching parents. They have home visiting going. In 2020, they were not able to do much of anything, but they did reach out, and they did by phone. They did do some urgent home visits that were required for sanity of parent. And this year, they are finally back on the amount that they would spend on the December funding ratio, so that we don't have to advance any dollars anymore. This will be the millage amount going forward, and I can't imagine why you would eliminate a program that is so successful and reaching so many families and providing such important service at this time without providing reasons before we got into this, illuminating why you thought this was important. So I'm looking forward to hearing those reasons, and appalled, stunned, whatever word you want to use, at your action as a member of the health board. To me, this goes beyond misfeasance and malfeasance. I think you ought to step down as a health board member.
Commissioner Locke.
I hardly know where to start. I guess, I knew we were going to look at the amounts today. And I was going to make an amendment, but I missed my opportunity. Because I was going to ask that we at least roll back the early childhood education dollars based on the very fact that I don't think this program has been so successful. We did hear that presentation, excuse me, Jen. We did have a presentation earlier this summer, and the numbers just were not there. But also, there's been so many other programs put into place at other levels of government. And I think that they're going to be trickling on down to our county very soon. So I am interested in hearing your reasons for going to zero. And I think I may know, but I would like to hear that reason. So.
Sure, Commissioner Alford.
I too am stunned. Countless studies have shown that successful adults are more successful, or adults are more successful when we start working with children young, before they get to school. If we can get socialization skills, I'm not an educator, so I don't have the verbiage, but countless studies have shown that when we work with kids starting 2, 3, 4 years old, they are more successful in school. They're less likely. We've just committed $30,000 to a substance abuse coalition to work focusing on high school kids. Well, let's make sure we have fewer kids that need that kind of support in high school. So we pride ourselves on working with the families in our community. We want the best for the children here. We want them to become successful adults. The voters of this county stated they wanted this support. For us to pull it back, we're slapping the face of the voters. This is a slap in the face. This is I don't care what you guys said. I have an opinion. So I'm going to unilaterally ignore, throw it in your face, throw it away. We've invested in the beginning of a program. It's incredibly wasteful to now just scrap it. That's a waste of the dollars we've already spent. So I sure hope that our Board of Commissioners will support the will of the people of this county and support the youth of our county in a way that's been proven to be incredibly effective.
I'll speak to that now, or I'm sorry, if you want.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I have had nothing but complaints about this overtaxation for this particular item when there are so many programs and agencies available out there to serve these same exact needs. It's a redundancy in this county. I also would like to point out how ironic it is that now there's a request for reasons and explanations when this was put on the table from the beginning. I repeatedly asked week after week for numbers, programming, planning, and was told, well, you'll just have to pass it in order to see it. Some such verbiage as that. So I find it really ironic that all of a sudden, now they want to know what the reason is. The reason is because it's a redundancy in the county. There are other programs out there available, and the citizens are complaining about having this added tax. It seems as though that we're only listening to one side of the citizens in our community and not all of them. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to address it. Number one is that if you've looked at the Quebec study in which they had universal type of early childhood development, it actually made it worse. There was more problems, and a poor program creates more problems when you do that with the youth. So if you look at the Quebec study, and since this one has had such a hard time getting started, it tends to be, I believe it's becoming a poor program and would follow the Quebec study. The other thing.
It's becoming a what program? I didn't hear what you said.
I said it's becoming, it appears to be a poor program from the way, because of how it's been started. Number two would be it takes from the elderly and the poor and gives to the better off. There are no criteria in this. The third thing would be, we asked that we go out for bids for this, and we've given it to, at no bid contract, to the mental health. So it's not being done in a very efficient manner. The third thing would be, we've been told that early childhood education is illegal and the county can't do that. Well, we just call it early childhood development, and somehow we're doing the same thing because they're putting the things in each school. So it's becoming early childhood education. The fourth thing would be only 17% of the voters voted for this. This is not some kind of mandate. And so it was, and it stated up to this amount. So the Board of Commissioners has the right to change it rather than up to whatever was voted on. And when you only have 17, I've certainly had many more people. And part of it was how it was instituted. It was brought to this board on a 4-3 vote, forced at a date when no one knew about it and they were working. And so what it did was get the educational vote, and that was it. Also, as was mentioned earlier, there's a redundancy. There's a duplication of childcare and education. You have NMCAA, you have the health department, which already does preschool and prenatal. You also have schools have early childhood education, and then those have been advertised. You have the SMART program, you have libraries, and even today they have a pre-K program going on in Sutton's Bay, and then you have 4-H. So tremendous redundancy with this program. So in all of those, I don't see any need for this program at all.
Yeah, I can't, some of what you've stated, I don't want to even speak to it. Clearly, I disagree with every point you've made. You know, this board, through the budget process, didn't even talk much about adding $500,000 of expenses to our budget next year without increasing any services to citizens. It was just, people came, surprise motions, surprise amendments, and their own biases. And so it's $455,628 of budgetary expense in addition to the increases in the cost of doing business. We didn't even debate it. But now we want to take a program that our voters said they wanted to have. And in a surprise motion in today's meeting, we hear that you not only want to reduce it, but you want to eliminate it. I would ask that we take a break because I don't even know that, I think we need a legal opinion. I don't know that we can totally eliminate this program by board action. And I would like to ask our administrator and our chairman to call the attorney and get a ruling on that. And then we can debate the rest of your merits that I think are misled and misinformed. But first, let's see if it's legal, because I don't believe it is.
Well, first of all, it wouldn't eliminate it. There are hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank for early childhood at this time that they haven't been used, that was collected last year. So it has that money to sustain it for as long as it can. So that's, you know, it's false there that it would have.
Are you denying my request to get a legal opinion?
Yes, I am. We have a week to get.
Point of order, point of order.
Yes.
I have a right as a commissioner to ask for more information at this meeting. And I'm saying before we waste our time talking about it, I'd like a legal opinion. That is a responsible action from a commissioner. And I challenge your right to overrule that.
No, this is a recommendation to the board next week. This is not, we have a week to get that opinion.
I'm asking for a legal
We
opinion.
will get it. I think that's a fine request, and we have a week to get that.
I disagree with your action. I disagree with your action.
Yes.
If you would have done what's responsible and not surprised us, we could have come to this meeting prepared for this. This is a surprise gotcha action, Mr. Chairman, that is irresponsible. The evidence you presented is evidence that we debated 2 years ago. You need to read the literature. You need to get yourself educated about the issue. You can't just sit there and spout out mistruths and false information and expect us to take action on it. You are not a childhood expert. You are not a consumer of the research. I challenge what you presented to us today. It's like the meeting we had last week on masks. We spout out stuff that's not true, and then we make decisions based on those untruths. It makes no sense, Mr. Chairman. It makes no sense.
Commissioner Rush.
Quite frankly, it has appeared that anytime anybody puts a motion on the table, that it is now a surprise. We didn't know about it ahead of time. It's irresponsible. On and on and on. Here's the problem. Every motion that is presented to this board is a surprise. We don't, in the back room, decide who's going to make a motion or change a motion or make an amendment. So they're all surprises. If you want to have a workshop before every executive meeting, I guess we can do that. But your rhetoric is a little bit ridiculous, and quite frankly, I'm getting tired of it. Being accused of, thank you for your comments. Being accused of being irresponsible unreliable in everything else that you put out there on the table. So I'm getting a little tired of that. Exactly. See? Who cares? You do have a right to have an attorney opinion, and I do agree with that. You got a whole week to get it. But there's no reason we have to stop this board meeting because, as you well know, this is executive. It's workshop, it's conversation, it's open for discussion. Say what you will. We have a difference of opinion. 17% of the voters put this on the ballot, approved the ballot initiative, 17%. A lot more citizens in this county don't want this. And that's a reality that you have to come to realize as well. There are some that want it and some that don't.
Mr. Chairman, she addressed me, so I'd like to be able to respond, please.
Of course,
Very quickly.
Just, Commissioner.
She made a direct statement to me, and I think our practice is that we can respond.
Actually, I was responding to your comments.
She didn't address you directly, even though she looked at you. She never said your name once.
It's true, I
Okay,
didn't.
Commissioner Elton.
I'm really concerned at the willingness we're showing to throw out the vote of voters. We have a process in this country where we have a date, we have items on the ballot, and citizens can come vote. So because not enough people showed up, you want to throw out this vote? That's really very, 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 very curious. I believe the way to recall this vote is to have another vote and have people try again. Maybe you need to get some folks out. And if what I'm anticipating is you're gonna say nobody knew about it. Well, you know what? We all have a responsibility as citizens to stay informed. There was a big effort made to talk about this, to let people know. If people chose not to go vote that day, that was their choice. So the people have spoken in one of the most important forums in our democratic system. We held a vote. To ignore that or say it didn't count or it didn't go the way I wanted, so we don't have to count it, that's dangerous. That's a slap in the face to our voters. So if there's an issue that we don't like and we don't like the way it turned out, are we gonna do the same thing? Well, we didn't think that was fair. That was ridiculous. We're not gonna count that. That's a very dangerous, dangerous precedent, Mr. Butt.
And excuse me, if I may, the millage that we're discussing, the early childhood millage, will come off in December of 2024. It was only approved until then, and then it will, unless it's approved again, so another vote will have to be held at some point to maintain it or to have it fall off.
I think we all.
So I'd like to, so thank you for that, and I'd like to continue. So give it a chance. Another comment you made is, they weren't very successful this year. Well, substance abuse stated because of COVID, we weren't able to do much. Hello? So should we not give them any money? Well, you know what? You didn't do much last year. How many other programs didn't do much last year because of COVID? Give me a break.
Commissioner Soto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All motions aren't a surprise. For the executive committee, we get an executive packet that's sent out Friday before that lays out information. And it also comes with suggested motions. I do appreciate, thank you for laying out your reasons. I would like to go back to some of the other things that have been said here, and that is, we've forgotten the genesis of the early childhood millage came from the early childhood committee, which was 42 members who spent 4.5 months researching, and it was comprised of parents, grandparents, state, federal programs, mental health, physical health, economics, I mean, every churches, every conceivable person who had a stakeholder interest in early childhood participated, and they did an incredible amount of work. And it was the opinion of this body, this 42-member committee, that the program that was put forward was the best program to go with because it was the best bang for the buck and it served the most people. And putting it in the Department of Health made sense because that allowed it to be integrated with so many other programs that support families. So the whole thing was excellent. And when the presentation was made here, you all were very impressed with it. And you complimented, and your comments were, you should go back and listen to the tape. Your comments were very, very supportive. I don't think the health department wanted to be caught up in a pandemic. But even though they still were able to implement this, which is quite amazing. Now they're adding 2 new people because the need and the requests have risen. And they've only been able to really operate since June. When we talk about this being early childhood education, it is not. And that's been made clear every time the health department is reported. It was made clear in the millage. This wasn't some runaround to perpetuate education programs. This is social, emotional development. It is all kinds of things that are not under the purview of education. It's for the development of a child to make them better prepared for school. It is operated in part in some of the school facilities because that's how they reach out to the parents. They're not doing a school curriculum. They are doing home visits to support the parent where they are. They're doing play groups to socialize children and to give parents an opportunity to talk while their kids are learning through play, in a sense, learning to interact with each other. 17% of the voters voted for this. That's, as Commissioner Algar said, who showed up. And it wasn't for want of publicizing it. The committee that was providing information on the early childhood millage met with every township that would allow us to be on their agenda. Solon did not. We met with all the different groups. We met everywhere we possibly could. And in fact, the enterprise said it was the best run, most honest, transparent campaign that they'd seen. We talked on both sides of the benefits of early childhood. We presented data, and there were signs posted throughout the county, don't vote for this. You, Mr. Chairman, and Melinda Lautner presented a forum in Elmwood Township saying, don't vote for this. And there were a lot of letters from select members of the community saying, don't vote for this. So to say that people didn't know about it is really a misnomer. I mean, they did know about it, and people who cared came out and voted. And they supported it. And it was a lot of the young people in our county who did that because they see this through a different lens than you do. They see this as something that's really important. They understand the literature in early childhood. They are working all day. They want their children to have a quality early childhood experience. This program provides that. Many of the programs that you mentioned, like the library programs and that, where the early childhood are, some of those are being provided by these staff through the health department. You may not know that. They also are involved in all of the other programs that you mentioned because they're integrated, because this program provides things that those programs do not. So again, I appreciate your putting your points out there. I couldn't disagree with you more. It does show that your view on this is limited, and I respect that because that's your opinion. But what we're basing this on today is opinion, not facts. And as someone who comes as a scientist with a scientific background, I look for facts. And there were a lot of facts that came out and a lot of literature reviews in the putting together of that recommendation for the millage. So I don't know what more to say, except for this is a situation where we're going to take a vote where supposedly the votes don't count. And the real vote will be held next week. And I'm hopeful that all of the parents throughout this county let you know what they feel. I hear nothing but positive comments about the program, Commissioner Rushton. I am sure there are people who feel that they have other priorities, that they'd rather see the funds spent differently. But this is a program that our younger parents care about and want and got out and voted for. So I hope that they make their voices heard. Thank you.
May I respond to her comment? She called me by name.
Yes, I did.
The one to offer too, so Ms. Lover had her hand.
Well, I wasn't going to touch on a lot, but I see it come out because we've swayed from what the question is. But since it's been brought up, I will mention it. You can talk all you want about a fair election. That fair election was deliberately done in an off election time to get the results it got, and there's no question about that. Have we heard from a lot of people who were not following it? Yes, we have. I know my district voted it down. I know Commissioner Robbins' district voted it down. I know Commissioner Rushton's district voted it down. And I do believe Commissioner Bunnick's district voted it down. So we do operate in districts. I know we represent our districts, and generally as a whole, we do the best we can as we move forward. Someone mentioned redundancy. And so I'm going to touch, before I get to that, I'm going to talk about how the selection was done too. And I think there was a lot of, you can call it an honest election all you want, but I do know our director of health at the health department was talking out of both sides of her mouth. I know that personally because I was talking to her personally several times throughout this. And there was a different message being told to me from what the department was being actually doing. So we can talk all we want about that. But that's just fact. So redundancy. I see that Early Childhood put out a survey a while back, and many people called me quite alarmed by what this survey was doing. And it began to remind me of when we put a millage out there for senior services some years ago. And we said, wow, what are you going to do with this money if you get this money for senior services? And we will find programs. And as we know, that ended up being just an absolute disaster. So then I look at the survey you put out for early childhood education. Monthly parent nights, social educational events, quarterly parent nights, annual parent nights, monthly family community nights, quarterly family community nights, annual community family nights, play groups. Redundancy, breastfeeding, infant toddler nutrition, managing behavioral issues, managing parent stress, understanding your child, learning through play, infant child safety, immunizations, dental health, budgeting, school readiness, positive discipline, food, housing. Do you want housing or rental assistance? Do you want utility assistance? How about health insurance? Referrals for mental health or dental. Assistance finding employment. I do believe we had just a fantastic presentation on that today. Car repairs. Can we help you with your car repair? child and baby supplies. Can we help you with family planning? What other in-person playgroups do you want? What other educational opportunities and classes do you want? And it goes on and on. So, you know, as somebody mentioned, we asked, and then it asks, you know, what else? What have we missed? What other things can we help you with? So we asked at the time, basically, we accused early childhood of the fact that they would be moving into these things, and we were told, oh, no, we won't be doing that. And here it is. I think that Will brought up a very good point in that there are dollars in their budget to run this program. I think this will level it out. Right now, there's more dollars can be spent because there hasn't been the numbers. So this would be looked at again in a year. Am I correct? We would look at this millage rate again in a year?
Correct.
So there's hundreds of thousands of dollars to run this program this next year. So this would be looked at again this year. Maybe it would be a different story, or next year. Maybe it would be a different story then. Maybe the numbers would be different. Maybe community support would be different. At any rate, so that is all for now, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rush.
What are the numbers? Does anybody have the numbers? How many children are we taking care of right now?
They were in the report in
I'm
August.
asking you.
I don't know. They were in the report in August. No, it's not 11.
Okay.
It's far more than that, but it was
So
in
can
the
you or anybody on the health board, both are on the health board, tell me.
Yeah, we are. Can you, I'm sorry. Mr. I don't remember the numbers. I know that there were quite a few. I know when from June to July, they increased. I don't remember.
100 or?
Why don't you bring it up on your computer? You've got it sitting right there. Go to their August presentation. You can see exactly what the numbers were because they were in there.
I'm just asking because I'm not taking sides here. I'm just trying to get facts. That's what you talk about, facts, and that's what I'm trying to do, right?
Right.
The numbers that I remember were 77 children and 23 families. That's what they had this summer that they got involved into the programs.
From June until July.
Yes.
When they were able to start.
Commissioner West.
Thank you. I want to respond to Commissioner Rushton's comment about she was getting tired of hearing my statement about irresponsibility. I would remind us all that several months ago, I came before this Board of Commissioners and said, I'm uncomfortable with how we're doing business together. We ought to take some time at the end of each meeting and chat about how did the meeting go, how are we treating each other? Commissioner Rushton said at that time, frankly, Ty, I don't care what you think about how I'm doing at the meeting. So that.
And why did I say that? Because it's the voters who make that decision, not you.
My concerns about the motion that's on the table, first, the manner in which it was presented. I think it makes no sense to surprise us. I think that is not responsible. I think it should be presented as something we've met weekly, several times a week all summer. There could have been some advance notice. So I'm opposed to the nature of it. I'm also very opposed to our tendency to refuse to learn about anything in terms of a knowledge base. And whether we're talking about family planning, or whether we're talking about COVID, or whether we're talking about early childhood, or whether we're talking about whatever it is we're talking about, we all come in with our own belief systems, and then we spout those out. And if then the next person shares their belief system, so we never get smarter. We never learn. I'm very concerned about my concern personally that I don't have a chair that represents a board of commissioners. I have a Republican chair of this commission that 100% of the time is to the right of where I am, because he is only the chair, I believe, of the Republican commissioners. And the fourth concern I share, and I had this last week, and I wasn't going to say it because of the irresponsible statements I think that have been made about COVID and masks. But now we've got the same thing with another health department issue. The same person that came to the health department board 2 months ago and said, I'm concerned that 9% of the prenatal health care in this county is not up to standard. Part of this program is to address that. But the chair of this commission is our representative of the health department. And last week, we dismantled the mask issue and ruled against them. And this week, the early childhood program. I do not believe that you represent me in the health board. I don't think you represent this county well in the health board. I can't do anything about you being chair of this commission, but I sincerely ask that you remove yourself from the health board.
Commissioner Elway.
I want to comment on the statement that someone just made, the voters make the decision. But somehow we're going to discount that with this action here. So in this case, it doesn't matter what the voters say. I'm very, very, very concerned at the disregard for the results of a fair vote of our citizens. Very, very concerned.
Commissioner, let's lose them.
First off, my apologies to Commissioner Rollins. I was short with you and I didn't mean to do that. Just showing the stress of the meeting. So please accept my apologies. The numbers you were looking for in the report, they reported 123 kids from 57 families have participated in parent and community activities. And those were unduplicated numbers. And that was between June 14th when they started it and July 30th. And they were beginning to see additional increases. They were able to restart their home visiting program and in the end of April, and they have 18 families now receiving home visits, which is an increase from 9 in April, end of April when they started. 95 households received their monthly newsletters. So those were the numbers that they gave us then, which was the first part of August. And I know from conversation with Michelle Klein, the Director of Personal Health, that they've continued to see increases to the point where they're now adding staff to accommodate additional parents that are interested.
Mr. Bunick, I believe, has been chairman of this board for at least the last 6 years, or pretty close to 6 years. His performance as a chairman has not changed over the years. I think the comments coming from this board are self-serving. And really kind of shameful and disrespectful. This chairman, as you all have observed, has done his best to be board chair to all these commissioners. As a matter of fact, when you throw politics into it, I can say he calls on the other side more than he calls on this side. He'll call on the other side twice before he'll even let me say a word. I can document that. So I think the accusations against our chair really shows the character of the person who's giving it. As far as early childhood, one of the most important things is that I hear from the constituents are, I wouldn't have a problem if I was serving those that couldn't afford it. But being on a fixed income and I have to support early childhood development for parents, both parents working, and I struggle. There was no thought given to that for our seniors especially. So we're taking money from the poor to supplement or subsidize not only the poor, the middle class, but the wealthy. So there's a problem up and down the ladder. And some of these programs that you mentioned, were these programs not already in place with the health department, just to a lesser degree?
No.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, they were.
Well,
Yes, they were. I just read bunch. So sorry.
yeah, well, it seems to me that these programs were already in place. We were doing in-house evaluations. That I know for sure. I can mention a few other, but I don't have them at my fingertips. I'll leave that to somebody else to bring forward.
I'd just like to say that this was on the agenda. This was no surprise. I have stated my opposition to the early childhood right from the beginning. And so I would say to say that this is a surprise, it's not. Plus, this is just the executive board. So this is the whole idea, is to get it out there now. So we have a week to think about it, to talk about it, to get input. So I would say this is not a surprise from my perspective. The other thing is, I'm not a yes person. I'm not going to say yes just because I'm on the health board and what they're doing, I don't agree with. I've asked them for, types of different things that they need to do for COVID, and they're not doing them. So as far as treatments. So when they're doing something wrong, I'm not going to just say yes just because the health board wants to do it. The other thing is, this is a constitutional republic. And I think that's what Commissioner Rushton was talking about when she said the vote here is voted on by the people. So we're here to, when things are wrong and the people make a wrong decision, we're here to make sure that that doesn't go on. And that's the idea of a republic. And that's why programs are began, and when they don't work out, it's the idea as representatives of our constituents to vote, to try to do what's right for the county. And that's what I'm trying to do here. So I would have to disagree completely with what you're saying, and to say that I haven't done the research, to me is not true. I mean, I've looked at these things, I've read these studies, I've looked and see how it's going, and I'm hoping that we don't do more damage to our youth than we do good. And I really fear that we're headed that way.
So I need to clarify.
Yes.
So you just said that if a public vote is taken and we think it's wrong, it's our job as a constitutional republic to nullify it? You just kind of said that.
Yes, that's exactly.
So voting doesn't matter anymore?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just said that this board has the right to nullify a public vote.
Right.
That's fairly dangerous.
Well.
So
Okay.
So kind of what you're saying too is if we decided that the people in your district's voting for you was really wrong, we should hold forums and say what we're gonna nullify and what we're not.
Well,
That's kind of what you're saying.
yeah, you could have removed me from office. That can be done. You know, the
Yes,
governor
but
can
it
do
would
that.
be, take another vote of the
No, it
public.
would not.
We couldn't do it here.
Well, I don't know the
We couldn't do it
exact
here.
law.
This is not the forum to reverse a public vote. So what you're saying is the Board of Commissioners has more power and importance than the vote of our public. This is dangerous.
What is a constitutional republic? Do you
I
understand
think
that?
we need a legal opinion on that.
But
You're
anyway,
you're really going down a strange road here.
Commissioner West.
And I won't repeat everything else I said, but there is a difference between, I mean, I predicted that you would reduce by 0.001 or something, the early childhood message. It's quite different, that was on the agenda. What wasn't on the agenda was the elimination of the voter-approved early childhood program. And you as chair, if you want to make that, I think should have stepped down as chair, as the vice chair, and presented that motion. I think the way it was handled in a surprise fashion, with you rushing to make the motion, I think that was unhealthy and unfair. That's my point.
I did ask her to take it. She said you just go right ahead.
Yeah.
And I did rush it because I let Commissioner Solis Little make her motion first. Commissioner Brown.
Let's get a couple things straight. First off, I would make a recommendation to Gwen that she read a little bit more about her job and her job duties and the laws that apply to the position. That's number one. Number two, we are not eliminating early childhood development as my fellow commissioners insist on using that language. We are not eliminating early childhood development. What we as a board can do, according to law, is reduce. We cannot increase, but yet we have the power to reduce millages. Our chairman, in a responsible manner, made the suggestion to reduce the early childhood millage at this time because of the amount of dollars that are sitting unused. And going forward, this is a 5-year voted in millage. If those situations change, this board can then increase that millage amount to serve the needs of the program. So all this talk about eliminating is just pontificating. All this rhetoric and all this criticism, they like the narrative and not the solution. So it's not elimination, and it is responsible not to take any more tax dollars from the citizens out there than we need to serve our citizens.
Mr. Solis.
One, to answer a question, and then two, I have a question for Andrew, if he may or may not know the answer. Yes, there are programs in existence that at the health department in the past that do reach out to families on different issues. This is what I meant when I said this program, putting it in the health department, allows them to integrate those services with these new services. So I just wanted to address that. Andrew, do we know, and perhaps I should know, but I don't know, what is the amount that is left in the, or maybe this is a budget question?
It's a budget.
It's a budget question.
I don't have my book here.
So I'd like to know how much it is, because is there enough to even run the program at the current level without, if we can't allow them to increase the staff? I mean, I know we paid back what they advanced from the county, so now they're totally on the millage dollars. But if there's no millage being awarded in December, then what's left would have to run the program for 2022. And I doubt it's gonna be enough to be able to hire additional staff to deal with the increase of requests for services from this program. So that's what I'd like to know. What, before next week, what's in the budget? And then we can ask the health department impact in terms of what they have in their proposal for 2022 moving forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
In my book, moving down to 0.0000 and eliminating it. I just remind this group before we vote on this, that it was a week ago, we voted to spend more than this amount of money on positions that we couldn't justify and had identified a problem with. So if this board, you can't have it both ways. You can't be really responsible with taxpayers' money when it comes to doing whatever your pet projects are, but saying no to those projects that our voters have approved. Our voters approved this, they approved it up to this level. 0.0000 is the elimination of a program. It's not the reduction of a program. And it flies in the face of what we proved we were last week when we were careless with our county money. Thank you.
All right, you want to read the first, last amendment? Can you, or could you repeat that, Commissioner Solis Little?
I don't have anything in writing, so.
I can give it to you. I wrote it down.
Okay, thank you.
It is not paper, but I can bring my.
If you do it real slowly, I could be able to grab it.
Better than that, I'll bring this over to you and you can see it.
Because I have three sitting out here, right? I have the original, an amendment, and then an amendment.
Second amendment, yes.
So the second amendment was an amendment by Wessel.
Yes.
So amendment by Wessel to recommend, right?
I thought Patricia made that.
Oh. Okay, so we want amendment by Wessel to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to postpone action on this issue until there is a public hearing on the elimination of the early childhood millage, and that the voters voted. And to request an attorney. And that was seconded by
That was seconded probably by me. No, by Gwen.
Oh, that's right, seconded by Gwen.
So I would just take a roll call vote on this.
Okay, so everybody heard the motion?
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. So I have amendment by Wessel to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to postpone action on this issue until we have a public hearing on the elimination of the early childhood millage that the voters voted for, and to request an attorney, the attorney's client opinion. Seconded by Albert. So to postpone action. Commissioner Wessel.
Yes.
Commissioner Eldar.
Yes.
Chairman Bunick.
No.
Commissioner Lautner.
No.
Commissioner Robbins.
No.
Commissioner Rushton.
No.
Commissioner Solis Little.
Yes.
Fails 3-4.
And we would go to the second amendment.
Your second amendment, did you have that in writing?
Well, yeah, it was to keep the three, I recommend to the Board of Commissioners to keep the three, the operational road and seniors the same, and reduce the early childhood millage at this time to 0.000.
And that was seconded by Lautner, is that correct?
Correct.
You guys seconded that.
No,
I-
no, oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry, it was by Russian.
Oh, it was Russian, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I thought there was two of us, but.
Yeah, I tried to.
She
Okay,
didn't.
I think I
made
only heard
motion.
one, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you want this roll call as well, correct?
Please, please.
Okay. Chairman Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sotos Little,
No.
Commissioner Wessel.
No.
Commissioner Elguyer,
No.
passes 4-3.
Okay, now we vote on the full motion with the amendment.
Would you read it, please?
So we go back to Patricia's?
I don't
Yes.
know the motion.
Yes, it's the amended motion. Patricia's was to accept all of them as presented,
And you made it.
and the amendment would be changing early childhood. So it's with that amendment approved.
Presented with amendment of early childhood. Government 2.000, right?
Correct.
All right, so this one was, would have been Sotos Little.
Would you read it first, please?
All right. Motion by Sotos Little.
Read it right off the.
That's what I thought, the agenda item, right? Okay. So it's gonna say, motion by Sotos Little to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve a millage rate that does not exceed the maximum allowed millage levy and place that millage rate in column 10 as the millage rate requested to be levied on December 1, 2021. And then I'm guessing you want with amended early childhood 2.000. Because
I would
as,
like to ask that we wait and make sure we have this in writing, please. I'm confused about what we'll be voting on. I'd like it in writing.
okay,
Commissioner Solis.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, my motion is not
But
what
they-
is being presented now,
they
so I don't want to
amended
be the owner of what's being presented now because I don't support
If from a Robert's rule, the motion was amended by the vote here.
it. So then you
Voting,
vote on the amended motion,
Yes.
okay.
with the.
I just want to be sure I know what I'm
Right,
voting on.
Right,
We voted on the amendment. It goes back to the original motion to include the amendment.
495.
Okay,
So
so
have your motion with my amendment on it.
This is 0.000.
So all the millage rate will stay with the exception of
How do I
early
say that?
childhood.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
The
so
millage is as presented with the exception of early childhood.
well, it doesn't matter to me who restates it, I'm just,
Right.
basically the motion is your L 429. And so in column 11, levy for December 1st, you will have 0.4958 for the road commission, you'll have 0.3173 for senior services, and you'll have 0.000 for early childhood.
We're clear on that. Yes.
Okay,
Do you understand, Commissioner Wilson?
So we're not, I was concerned about Patricia making a motion that we were voting on her motion. This sounds like a new motion to me.
It's not.
It's a motion that was, it was taking Commissioner Sotos' little motion. And because that amendment passed for the 000, then what we have to do is amend that and incorporate that into the motion that was made by Commissioner Sotos Little. So when you're accepting the L 4029 and recommending it go on, it will be for those three amounts. And although you made your original motion with the 0.2488 that's been overridden on a 4-3 vote to reduce it to 0.
So now is it a motion from Commissioner Bunnick?
No, it's your motion that's been amended by others.
Amended,
Right.
Okay.
And I think I understand it, but I still would respectfully ask that we have this in writing and make sure that we've been burnt before, thinking we knew what we voted on. And I vowed that if I'm confused, I'm going to ask for it in writing. And this is what I'd like to see in writing, if I may.
Okay, the only, if you could, I just take this form, based on the amendments passed, change 0.2488 to 0.00. Everything else on this is the same. Everyone is in agreement? Right. That's what you're voting on right now. To recommend it for next week.
I have the form here. You want me to fill it out for you? So that you can see it?
I'm concerned about what's in the minutes is what I was concerned about. Because I was still hearing reference to the original motion that we were making a motion to approve the voter approved millage. And I know that's been amended, but this is totally different. And that's why I want to make sure that the minutes read that this is totally different than the original motion. It really is, right?
It is amended.
Well, part of what's on this sheet, the original is misstated a little bit on page 182 because it says, I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve a millage rate that does not exceed the maximum allowable millage levy inserted in column 9 and place that millage rate in column 10. It should actually be column 11
For December 1st.
for December 1st.
That is the motion that was made.
As the millage rate requested to be levied on December 1, 2021. So the amounts that you're approving now are, and Andrew can correct me if I'm wrong, go into column 11, which based on the motion will be for road 0.4958, for senior services 0.3173, for early childhood 0.000. So it can't be column 10. And it is just a recommendation till next week. That is an error. It needs to be column 11.
Correct.
Column 10 is for July, column 11.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
One's for April, one's for now.
Yeah, she probably doesn't capture motion.
We have enough controversy over this action. I think we need to make sure that everything we do on the vote is accurate. I would repeat my motion. My request. I'd like to see it in writing and we vote on it and we all know what was voted on. And that it's done correctly and there's not errors in it and there's not confusion and there's not, I'd like it in writing.
Well, I think the simple thing is just take this document,
Here,
I'll
hang it.
cross out.
Can we
Let's
just take
just
a break?
take a break and let would you please,
Yep,
Michelle,
type it up.
type it up?
Thank you.
and Give us each one a
And we
copy.
can just attach this with the 0 points.
Is this a 5-minute break or a lunch break?
And write the motion
No.
as it was made, please.
Who made the motion originally?
Patricia.
Commissioner Solis Little.
Got amended by Commissioner Bunnick.
I know it was amended, but who made the original motion?
I did, and it was seconded by,
Ty, I believe, I have to go all the way back.
Okay, and then the amendment, okay,
was Will, seconded by.
Rushton.
Rushton, yeah.
Yep.
So this,
So let's give her till 4:02. Sorry about this.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes.
Are we having public comment at the end and how much longer will it be? Because I'm taking annual leave to be here.
Yeah, this is break time, so it'll be, after finances, special reports, then public comment. Did you have an agenda? I can get you one.
That's okay. I'll continue to stay and I'll let my boss know I'm gonna be
we
late.
can't give you a time though, because it depends.
Yeah, it all depends on how long.
So
We're gonna take
I
a
see
lunch
that.
break too.
No, we're just taking a short break, right?
Right now, till 1:45.
But aren't we gonna take a
Till
lunch
they
break
come back,
before the end of the
basically.
meeting?
Yeah.
Probably between
Between
meetings.
meetings.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Please unmute.
He's just a rival.
Michelle wanted to mention that she does not know about the legality of this. This is just what was stated on the record.
Correct.
Right. Well, I guess what I discussed this afternoon, budget. Right.
So we ask for a roll call vote on this, please?
Do you want me to read this into the minutes?
Please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Motion by Sotis Little to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve a millage rate that does not exceed the maximum allowable millage levy inserted in column 9 and place that millage rate into column 11 as the millage rate requested to be levied as follows. In parent, motion has been amended to reflect Chairman Bonick's amendment, which passed, road at 0.4958, senior 0.3173, early childhood 0.000 on December 1st, 2021, seconded by Wessel.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Since we haven't voted on this motion yet, is it too late for me to withdraw my second? I do not want to be associated with this motion.
It's already been all through the amendments and all the voting, so we're in the voting process now, so
We haven't voted on this, so we haven't voted on this motion.
Correct.
Would you find somebody else to second the motion?
I'll support the motion.
Thank you.
Would you make note in the minutes? And we'll check the legality of that.
Okay, so now we have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Elgar,
No.
Chairman Bonick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton.
Yes.
Passes 4-3.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before we go on this millage bid, I'd like to make another motion, which would be to find a date for a public hearing and time to take action before the September 30th deadline. I move that we have a public hearing on this issue.
Support.
Okay, this is not on our agenda, so
Well, it's under early childhood.
we'll do it under early childhood. You want to do a public,
I'd like to have a public, so I move to recommend that we have a public hearing in time to have board action before the September 30 deadline.
and you seconded, Commissioner Elgar. All right, so I would ask for a roll call vote on this as well.
Just a tad discussion.
Certainly.
I think it's fair, since it was a vote by the people, to let the people comment. And
Any
it
comments?
and doesn't look good if we don't let the people comment.
Commissioner Rushton?
The public commented historically in regards to this vote. We're all aware that the people voted this, 17% of our
I can wait,
citizens voted to have this passed.
when it becomes a decision of the board, we can have public comment all day long. However, the commissioners, the Board of Commissioners, have the authority to adjust any one of these taxes. And I think the reasons were stated. They have an abundance of money in their fund. And I have not seen any expansion growths. We're serving, I believe somebody said 77 children or 77 families.
It's 53 families.
53 families, a very small number for $800,000 budget. So what this tells me, it's top heavy. The other concern I had was the people that are on fixed incomes that have to pay into a fund that's not even being used at this time. So I think, as I mentioned, it's responsible for us. It's part of our duty, our job requirements, to make a decision for the good of all the people and not a few.
Mr. West.
You know, I don't want to debate the motion we just made because that decision has been made and so I'm not going to talk about why I disagree with that. But when you eliminate a program, you ought to have a public hearing to do that. And this board has a tendency we make changes in the staffing without talking to people. We make changes in the health department program without talking to people. We make changes on this without hearing from parents. I just think it's courteous for our parents to have a public hearing. And I think that makes sense, and I urge you to support my motion.
Commissioner Love.
I am not going to support the motion for the public hearing for a couple of reasons. Well, for one reason, but I'm going to get back to you. You keep saying it's eliminating the program, Mr. Wessel, and that is untruthful. We have stated several times, and the reason I supported Will's motion is that there are dollars in there for that program. This, in my reasoning, is it evens the keel and gives us a better idea of what we will need to go forward. So I am not supporting your motion because we will have a public hearing on this budget in October. So we will have a public hearing at that time. If we were going to operate that way, we would have a public hearing every other day on issues that we do as a board of commissioners. So that's my reasons.
Okay.
I don't think that's quite fair. This was a public vote. So that's not what I was gonna say. I keep hearing allusions to all this money they have. I think a responsible thing would be to find out exactly what they could do with the dollars they have remaining, how this would affect them, and programming, kind of a gut punch. But let's be specific instead of spouting, oh, they have all this money. Let's find out exactly what that means, define it.
Well, we can get it before next week. We can have it so that we know what funds are left in there for early childhood. Commissioner Silverstein.
That was my point. When Commissioner Lautner says that there's enough money to go forward, clearly none of us know how much money is in there, and it's something we should. So we need to know how much money there is, what the impact is on the program. So I think not only do we find how much money is there, but we need to be in touch with Ms. Peacock and her staff to find out what the impact is.
Yeah, I mean, I did request the amount a month ago or so, and I think it only went till the end of April, the report that I received. I believe at that time there was over $400,000.
And I know that there was a lot more expenditure on it.
Right,
because they
I'm sure
haven't
there
done
was.
anything.
I'm sure there was. So we
And I
can
don't
get
know
the
if that
report.
included the transfer back of funds to us.
Right. they had been already taken out.
I don't think before we had this discussion, we've had the conversation with the health department. They've hired some people. They're long-term planning. For us to arbitrarily, I think we need to, out of courtesy for them, talk to them before next week. Out of courtesy to our parents and our community, we need to have a public hearing. I don't know why we're adverse to that. We have a history of not seeking opinion, but I don't know why we don't. I don't know why we're averse to it. I really don't. So I maintain that we need a public hearing and we need it in time to make a decision before we eliminate the program at the end of September. And you can say it's not an elimination program. When you eliminate the funding, it's an elimination of a program.
All right, so this again, we just have a roll call vote on this.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Chairman Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Sauce Little.
Yes.
Fails 3-4.
Okay. So, yes, go ahead.
I would like the administrator to have a conversation with our legal. When we have a millage like this that's voted in place, I would like to know if it eliminates the program when we reduce the amount to zero, or does it take the funding away from that department for a specific amount of time? Because I keep hearing this word eliminate, and I think that is incorrect. We're defunding the program for a certain amount of time because, as we have said over and over again, the dollars already under their care, limited amount of families, and so could you please?
I'm hoping to get a legal opinion, a written legal opinion for all of you by next week.
I'd like to see it in our emails.
Yeah, as soon as I get it.
Good enough.
I can't comment how long it'll take them to do.
That's
but,
fine.
yes.
Okay, now we've had all our votes, so let me just offer a comment. If we wanted to reduce the millage rate, if we wanted to adjust the budget, why in the world wouldn't we have had a study session, either formal or informal, with the health department and say, here's what we're thinking, what do you need to do the job, what do you need to have done to honor the wish of the voters? That's my issue with this whole thing, the manner in which it's done, not that we did it. Maybe we could have reduced the millage a few decimal points. But why are we so adverse as a board of commissioners to having any information to base our decisions on? That, I think, is a question that ought to bother all of us tonight. Why is it we are not willing to do our homework, are not willing to ask questions, are not willing to know what we're really talking about before we have the discussion? And that is serious.
Yes, I would say, why are we not willing to try to do it as reasonable as possible? Why are we not trying to look for other avenues? And why do we have to force it into our health department when we could have looked at many different people, as I suggested, and this board refused to do? So I would say that when you start out, as it did, you actually create many problems that you've talked about, because it was forced on it in a manner that was very inappropriate. All right, so I would hope then we're all set with you then, Andrew?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. We'll move on to equal.
Thank you.
We have equalization, then we'll
We're
move
gonna
on.
have lunch, Mr. Chairman?
I thought between the meetings, we'd break for lunch. I don't think this will take much longer. So we go to Park and Rec.
All right, I'll give a brief update. I think the majority either have or currently are serving on the Parks and Recs Commission. And this has been an issue that's been debated for at least 10 years. It's running since probably longer than 10 years. And that's the removal of a building that's called the Grub Shack. If you saw in the packet, there's two opinions from over 10 years that the building's not safe, structurally safe. And we're fortunate that we have a company that has professional experience that's willing to move the building for a cost of $1 and keep the building. And you have a pros contract there that already comes with your rock.
I just had it in front of me. Was that from you?
Yeah. At page 184.
Page 184.
Oh, is it in the actual package?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah,
did not
the
see
contract
it.
is in the
Oh,
contract.
okay.
So in simple term, it's our responsibility to unhook the power in the water. And then the gentleman will come and remove the building at some point. It'll cost him $1 and he gets to keep the building.
Is he gonna move it or destroy it?
He will move it to his possession. He'll move it off the facilities.
Okay.
Commissioner Locke.
I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve an agreement between Leelanau County and Casson Contracting Incorporated for the removal of the grunt shed structure located at Miles Kimberly Park, County Park, as presented.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
And just to FYI, Casson Contract Incorporated does move structural buildings. That's their professional expertise. So it's not just a contracting company. They do move buildings.
All right, so then we move to the maintenance, replacement of the parking lot security camera.
Jerry shared many questions, but basically we've had an issue with the security. And I believe Mr. Coleman has worked with Ron to go out the options. And this is the option that we recommended by Mr. Coleman and by Mr. Benoit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's compatible with the rest of our system.
And if I may ask,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, are we changing software?
No, this is, coincides with the new camera system that they have at the jail with the new controls.
Okay.
Okay, and this would be compatible with them and a broader area that it covers. At one time, like almost 360 as the picture shows. I think you have that.
Okay, thank you.
You have a motion?
Just a quick question,
Sure.
and I'm sorry if I didn't catch it. Why are we waiving our bid policy on this? This is because it's
Well,
compatible with the jail
Yes.
cameras?
Correct.
So they'll be able to read it in,
With
Are
their
we watching
new
it?
system they have, with their
Jail?
new system.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, they can monitor all their cameras.
they monitor it
Yes,
from
correct.
inside
Yeah,
the
we
jail
don't, right.
at strange hours if a car pulls off or.
At any time, 24/7, 7 days a week.
It's recorded. Ron can pick it up on his screen, but that's it.
And we can go
Next time.
back and, look, if you say there was an incident Tuesday, 11:30 a.m., would they have the ability to go back?
Okay.
Commissioner Rush.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve the purchase of an IP-based multi-sensor security camera for the government center campus in an amount not to exceed $6,882.23, with the funds to come from 631775000 and 631775001.
Support.
Michelle, do you know offhand what funds those are? Or,
Yep,
wasn't
that's
sure.
Jerry's, and that motion will be changed for Tuesday night. It'll come from the capital improvement fund, which is the 470. This doesn't come from Jerry's. It's a 970 purchase, so they're purchasing something over 5,000, so it'll be capitalized.
okay, do you want to change my motion to reflect that today?
If you want to, that's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead, change my motion to
For the
reflect it.
470,
Yeah.
970. Okay, thank you. And you're good with the second? When you're good with the change? Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the county clerk, board of canvassers.
You want this, Michelle?
I can sit in the middle.
You want to vote?
You can go.
Are you ready for me to talk?
Please, yes.
Anytime.
The first item I have before you is the county canvassers appointments, and I've cited the MCL that governs this. And because of the Open Meetings Act, you can't do a secret ballot, but I passed you the ballot that has your 3 Republicans and your 3 Democrats. The Republican Party nominated Judy Teichert, Karen Josephus, and Tim Sinclair. The Democratic Party nominated Donna Dodd, Fred Sapella, and Barbara Conley. Judy Teichert and Donna Dodd are both current members serving. They would both like to be reappointed, and I told them that I would share that information with you. These are 4-year appointments that start November 1st of 2021 and run through October 31st of 2025. So if each of you could independently fill this out, then you do have to put your name here and initial, so then I can tally what you've done so you can make your recommendation. And do you have any questions for me? I'm sorry.
I do. Why do we vote for one each?
You vote for 1 Republican and 1 Democrat. There's 4 people that sit on the group, and they're staggered. So the next time I'll be back before you is 2023.
Some of these people have been on, like Fred and Donna, they're on every time.
Donna's term is expiring, and Fred serves as an alternate. And right now, your 2 members that are not before you for reappointment are John Harbottle and Eric Lind. I'll come back in 2023 with those names.
Michelle, did you say who the Republican was?
Judy Teichert.
Is on there now?
Is on there now, and Donna Dodd for the Democrats.
If you're done, just raise your hand. I'll pick them up and give them to the clerk. And tabulate them.
This is, this is one board. If there are vacancies that occur during their 4-year term,
Go ahead, I'll add them.
the reappointment is vested with me. I make those reappointments, not the board. So we just need to know who and how did Ty Wessel vote?
Judith Teichert and Barbara Conley.
Okay. And who do we have here? Gwen Algar, how did she vote?
Judith Teichert and Donna Dodd.
Commissioner Sotis Little
Judith Teichert and Donna Dodd.
and Commissioner Rushton
Karen Josephus and Fred Sapella.
and Rick Robbins.
Tim Sinclair and Fred Sapella.
Okay. Melinda Lautner.
Karen Josephus and Fred Sapella.
Okay. And Commissioner Bonnick.
Judith Teichert and Donna Dodd.
Okay, so that is on the Republican side, we have 4 votes for Judith, so she would be the nomination. Let me look up the law and see what it says about a tie.
You have a tie.
I believe to revote, you have a majority. Because you have 3,
Oh,
3.
because somebody voted, you have 3, 3, and 1?
3,
Yeah.
but I gotta look to see, because sometimes these election laws.
I believe we had a situation last time too.
Well, I didn't bring any more ballots. Okay, so let's give them back.
Well, or you could vote publicly.
Oh, you could vote publicly. Would everyone be okay with voting publicly?
Yes.
If we just start? So we're looking at the Democrats. And I guess Chairman Bonnick? Okay, Commissioner Rushton,
Fred.
Commissioner Lautner,
Right.
Commissioner Robbins, Commissioner Wessel,
Barb Conley.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
Donna.
Commissioner Algar,
Donna,
You didn't get it.
They get to keep voting the majority, just like we've had on other issues.
okay.
another vote.
Okay.
I would vote for Fred.
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 Fred. Donna.
I'm sorry. Gwen, I'm sorry. Who did you vote for?
Who did I
Who
vote?
do you want to vote for?
Donna.
Okay, so this time we have 4 for Fred and we have 3 for Donna. So your appointment would be at,
I'd like to say either one of them would be great, so.
I wish I had known how to use it.
so your recommendation, based on this vote, would be to recommend Tykert and Sapella. I don't know if I'm saying Fred's last name correctly.
I believe you are.
So based on today's vote,
Thank you.
But-
So then that brings up Terrence.
no, you need to actually make
Make
that
a
to forward it to the
motion.
committee, to the Board of Commissioners.
Oh,
Oh, what? Yeah. so-
I would recommend we move those 2 names forward to the Board of Commissioners to tonight, be appointed to the Board of Commissioners for the terms you stated.
Support.
We need a roll call vote on this. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. All right, then we're at Terrence Cadell.
The next one is the purchase of prior service credit. I believe it was 2015. I brought you one from Deputy Cadu, and it was for 1 year, and now you're allowed to purchase up to 5 years of service credit. And he's requesting to be approved to purchase 4 years of generic service credit from MERS at an estimated cost of $83,000 plus, with costs of the service credit purchase to be paid for by said employee.
Okay, he's not gonna leave us, is he?
Well, we can't comment on it.
I changed my vote.
Can't do that.
So you,
Commissioner Rushton.
I recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve by resolution for Terrence G.
Cadu.
Cadu to purchase 4 years of generic service credit from MERS as described in the application for additional service credit purchase at a cost of approximately $83,228.92 to be paid by said employee.
Support.
Go ahead, Commissioner. So
I'm just questioning on it. So going forward, what does this mean, Michelle?
It gives him 4 years of additional service credit so that when he gets to, his earliest retirement date is January 1 of 2030. And with the purchase of these years, it will give him 30 years, 7 months of service credit. If he waits till 2032, it would get him up to the 32 years, which would represent the full 80%. You max out at 80%, and he's on a program that would max out at 80% at 32 years.
And he's been with us how long?
He has been with us since, well, 26, since 2004, about 2004.
17.
I'm pretty sure he plans to stay to get to that 80%.
Mr. Robbins.
Just a quick question. I mean, over the years, I used to have coworkers do this, I never really asked. What does he do, like write out a check for 83 or how's that?
It can be, they can write out a check, they can transfer from other deferred monies that they have. Some people generally write a check and then I send it in, or they send it into MERS. I've got
Do
a
you
whole,
have to do it right away or over time?
no, it'll be one lump sum payment.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that.
And this just goes right into, does it go into the bucket of money that's that he is in for North Richmond?
It goes into his bucket. When he eventually draws, it will be the first money that's paid out to him is what will be off of what he's invested, just like any of the other employees. You draw on your own money first before it goes into the big
When we
pool.
do our actuarial, will that look like we put a boost into that bucket when we do those?
You know, I don't, Jen, do you recall, is there a separate line, a separate picture on that works report? It just goes into that group.
Yeah, okay.
But actually, it'd be a drop in the bucket, 83,000.
Oh, I understand,
So
but
it won't
that's
change
where
it.
it will be. That's where it will go, though, obviously.
But it will be his to draw on first.
A question in regards to that, it goes into that specific group bucket, okay? And, but that group bucket as a whole earns a certain level of income and interest. And how does that help us here in the county? If certain accounts are creating a certain amount of income, it may be nominal, but does that help us on the overall picture because of the investment made?
MERS does pool investment, so it's the same return for all these buckets. So if they have a good year, it helps all the buckets.
Correct.
If it has a bad year, it has a negative effect on all the buckets. So it's not specifically by each account.
Correct.
It doesn't specifically help.
But it doesn't hurt us is what I'm saying.
It's probably subjective.
I think so.
I'm
Take his
sorry.
name out of it. It's difficult to say. If we knew how long people would be living and drawing, we could respond that.
Correct.
But it's very difficult to say. There's no significant financial impact on the county.
See, if he dies before.
If he dies tomorrow,
Yeah.
right, it's an impact to the county.
So
I got
it's
that.
hard
part.
to predict.
The point that I was trying to make is, it's better to have those extra dollars in there than not.
Correct.
That's all I was looking for.
He can't
Thank
get
you.
this service credit without this purchase.
That's all I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
Good for him.
So then we'll move on to.
I think that'll probably be back soon. I'm getting more requests to do this, so.
Right. So this is from Mr. Robbins, 2021 goals. Asked to put this on the agenda.
Yeah, last month.
You said you were gonna put it.
Yeah, what? It is on the agenda. It doesn't have Mr. Robbins' name on it, but
I just had to get them.
yeah. But we do this on a regular basis, on an annual basis. So what Laurel did is put together the motions made that outline your goals for 2021. And I know we have a budget meeting having a lunch, so I'm not sure if you want to discuss this now or just look at it and potentially have discussion next week. You want to just move it forward. So this is more of an FYI.
I would say, yes, that's why I know action.
Yeah,
It's up to you.
I mean, I know we got budget, but I just thought, when we talked in February that, instead of waiting until December, but, sometime like in October, November, that we start our list for 22.
Right.
Yeah, in non-election years, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
All right, so then that brings us to administration, the ARP fund.
Just very quickly, I passed this book out. I don't know if you have any questions on it. It has all the proposals, all the emails, everything. The deadline for feedback on the federal guidelines has expired. They are anticipating to issue an update in the middle of September sometime, so we're almost to that point. There's no guarantee they will, but I don't anticipate they'll be much different than what was in the initial plan. And we are, I say, a step or two ahead of most counties. Most counties have not discussed the funding yet. So we have this. I think what we mentioned last week is once we get through the budget process, we talk about this, which the timing is good because the bids from the towers will be back also in October. So there's no big rush, but just seeing if you have any questions about the booklet and the information in the booklet.
Any further information about the possibility of a federal match on?
It would be actually a state match. These dollars after a while become overwhelming numbers. but I was at the Michigan Association of Administrators meeting. And there is enough money in the federal funding allotted to Michigan that Michigan has not allocated. There's some talk, there's enough money where they can match each county's dollars. So we have 4.2 million. In theory, there's enough federal money in the state of Michigan's budget to match us 4.2 million. Now, they may not do that. They may match it 2-to-1, they match it 3-to-1. They may match it strictly for specific projects. Broadband seems to be a big topic. So there's some talk in Lansing about using that money, potentially matching it for projects, and it could be at a different level. It's hard to tell. There also is talk at the state level of, obviously this is a big issue for 83 counties. They don't want, and it's almost impossible to get 83 engineers to be doing work in 83 counties, just like with the 911 system when that was implemented. There's discussion. The state may do a statewide study, hire engineering firms, then each county would have the option if they wish to participate or not participate on that study, or the report, or those recommendations. So it's all up in the air at this point. The state budget has to be done by the end of this month. They have it October 1st, so we may know more this month.
It seems wise if there were conditions on that match, that we'd know that before we start identifying.
Yes, that's the goal. I talked to Representative O'Malley last week, and he said yes, and he confirmed that I just stated that there is dialogue going on. There seems to be support for doing that. So how it will play out, we'll probably know in the next couple of weeks. But I'm guessing based on our schedule, I don't anticipate us having a special meeting on this until after the 1st of October. So hopefully we'll have more information.
Any other questions?
We did submit the first report that was due.
Thank you. All right, so then we have review of financials.
I think it was just one quick question, and if I remember right, it might have been, it was claims and accounts, one of the first pages, but it was for Dwayne, and it was a water. Is he, American Water, I think was a vendor. That was one of my questions. So is he learning how to run the system?
Yes.
That, okay. So
I believe he's talking about, he went to a seminar, workshop.
is that what it was?
Yeah.
I didn't pull it up, but I remember that much of it.
Yes.
So,
It's a membership renewal notice. So he belongs to the American Water Works Association.
and that's for the
Water treatment facilities.
Okay.
He is
went
working
through
with Jerry,
seminars, so
learning those
he's
skills.
Learning how to do that. Okay, that's fantastic. That's kind of what I was hoping you would say. And then, I know you talked a little bit about it, but I hadn't realized the amount of condensation issues at the jail. But why did all that happen when we just did?
Well, as you remember, that's what Gary O'Connor told us. This
Yeah.
is completely separate. This is part of the original design. This has nothing to do with the roof job or the HVAC. This is the original wrapping around the pipes that were not touched during the remodeling.
All right.
Yeah, so
I know.
he updated you before the bills came,
Yeah.
is what that was. He was telling you about how the
I guess I didn't
insulation.
realize the extent of it till I saw the bill.
And if you
I mean, that-
remember,
was it
I sent out an email out to all of
throughout
you with all the
the jail? I
quotes,
thought it was one office or evidence room or
No,
something. It
it's,
was the whole,
but it was confirmed it was not to do with any of the remodeling projects.
none of the remodeling, they even didn't help it though either.
It was the original design.
Okay.
Now, how do they rectify that? Do they insulate those pipes?
Yeah, I have to get back. I'm not an expert. Gary O'Connor came, met, went, got the bids, brought them in. I get back to you.
Typically, it's a cold water
Yeah,
line, and pipe insulation should take care of that issue.
It was an insulation project. What they actually did, I can get back.
Okay.
I just don't honestly know.
It was just much bigger than I expected.
Well,
It's actually both. You do the cold water so it doesn't sweat and drip on the ceiling. You do the hot water so it stays hot
right.
and you don't have to lose
Well,
all that
that's-
heat.
Yeah.
But the bill is exactly what the quote was for.
Okay. That was it.
All right. Any special reports by staff, commissioners? public comment.
Yes, please.
First, I want to say halfway through the meeting, I was actually going to applaud you all and say I was very moved by some of the things that I had been seeing and hearing and how you were caring and wanting to support the youth of our community, because you notice that the youth is where it comes from and where the change comes from. And all of a sudden, I saw all kinds of true colors coming to light and not supporting what the voters voted on that millage. It's interesting to me that you can uphold what the voters said. If it's that can be that easily changed, I'm going to take this off because it's not working again and it's beeping. Then I guess the same would be true for each one of you sitting here. You were elected by the voters of this county. The voters of this county passed that millage regardless of the percentage. And to speak on that note, early child development works. You want to know how I know? I don't need to do research. My family and I have benefited from it. My oldest son just graduated with a bachelor's degree in social work from Grand Valley. He just started his master's program. Do I think the impact we had from the early child development that we were exposed to? Yes. My other son also graduated from high school recently in the middle of the pandemic and figuring out his next step. I was on the board of directors for the Leelanau Children's Center for many years, volunteering, and I saw firsthand how many local students of all colors, white, Black, Indigenous, Hispanic, all of them have benefited from that program. Now, I cannot speak on what happened a year ago, 2 years ago, but a lot of things did not get done in the last 2 years. If some of you haven't noticed, we are still currently in the middle of a pandemic, and it has impacted every piece of every organization, every family, every business, including the state of Michigan. So you cannot base those numbers on that time frame. But I have other things I wanted to discuss, so I'm going to close at that. If you're going to support the youth, you need to support it all the way through. It starts with early child development. It is with our local schools collaborating with each other. And to whoever said it's double dipping or double, there's funding, that's true for every single thing that was discussed here today. There will be good and bad of everything from every side. There will be biases, there will be Republicans, there will be Democrats, there will be people in the middle. That will always exist. As our leaders, as our voted, elected officials, you have a responsibility to the residents of this community to do what is right for all humans, all human rights, not your rights, not my rights, not her rights. Every single one. You talk about the poor and creating barriers to the poor. Do you know who's the recipient of those early childhood developments? The poor. But sure, go ahead and take it away. Why would you want to help them? So I leave you with that as I go on to what I originally had come here for, to remind you that you passed an anti-resolution a year ago, and we are waiting. The residents of Michigan have spoken. We have signed a petition. We have emailed you, and we are still waiting for you to take action. You signed. Were you trying to save face because it made national news? It's over a year. We do not need to wait to make another national headline or for somebody to go to the news or to put it on social media, because there are plenty that can do that. With that said, you do have an obligation to all people to keep us safe, to make this place a better, safer place for all. Last meeting, I was told that you wanted specific ideas. I have a couple. I would like to share more because I don't have enough time to share them all. It would start with doing what you signed and put it by implementing it. It would include you, each and every one of you. and every county governmental employee volunteers to take implicit bias training and additional training on racism and discrimination of all sorts. It would include meeting and collaborating with people from different races and ethnicities. We can arrange a meeting to discuss additional ways that you can do necessary and critical work to uphold the resolution you passed and help make this area better.
We have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, we still have to discuss the ADA, and I did send an email,
Thank you.
and there isn't anybody here.
Yeah.
And if it's worth anything, I took annual leave to be
Please.
here today.
Was there any other public comment? Yes.
Hi, Karen Josephus, Bingham Township. And my interest today to be here, I do work, and as you can see, I usually can't come on Tuesday nights because I have a work meeting Tuesday night. So here I am preparing for my meeting tonight and listening as I go today, and double dipping, if you will. But my interest today, of course, is especially because of the canvassing board. And I just, Judy Teichert does a great job, and I'm thrilled that she was elected again. And I have to just say that I don't know Fred, but Don has also been a fabulous member of the canvassing board. As an alternate, I've been able to work with her a few times and know her as part of the community too. So anyway, that's my biggest reason for being here. But I have to say that I'm just a little bit appalled because the assertion from Mr. Wessel that Commissioner or Chairman Bunnick resigned from the health department or health board, I find really interesting, because we don't want an echo chamber. The reason, to me, being chair of the party, of the Republican Party, the system works is because it's checks and balances. We want to have different opinions. And the hard part is coming to those decisions and agreeing and compromising. So we don't want control of our health department. We do want healthy disagreements there. I was at that early childhood meeting a few years ago, and I was against it. I did vote against it. And just like I vote for Deborah Rushton as my commissioner, and she won in my district, this issue lost in my district. Yes, as this lady just said, you need to represent everybody. Represent me who doesn't have children. I spend tax money, and I don't have the numbers, but a big chunk of my taxes go to education. And I would say probably the biggest amount, the biggest percentage of my taxes is to support education and whatever programs we have. At what point do we turn off that faucet? If there are, it behooves you as our representatives to make sure our money is being well administered. And if it is being double dipped, if it's not needed in certain areas, I would be interested to know, is there someone who would fall through the cracks because of that elimination of money? $800,000 is a whole heck of a lot of money. And I didn't take the time to divide how many people who are benefit from that program into the $800,000, but I have a feeling it's a nice chunk. So I just want you to know that let's always make sure we're comparing apples to oranges, and to know that, our government is not just here to serve one particular group of people, that we do have other people to consider. So thank you so much for your diligence with that.
Any other comment? No? Okay, so then we move on then to commissioner comments.
I have one. Several months ago, we adopted a prayer resolution, and we said we thought it would help in the way we work together in our facility. We said that we thought it would help us make wiser decisions. And I would submit to you that it didn't help today.
Commissioner Elder.
I'm very concerned I mean, I hear Mrs. Josephus that, you know, her district, she voted for a commissioner who doesn't, you know, that your district didn't vote for the early childhood millage. We vote for things county-wide. If you're talking about now just having township votes for township programs, that's a completely different, we don't do that. We don't do that at this point. We don't have a health department for Bingham. We don't have a health department for Solon. So while I hear you, I would say we have to be very, very, very careful. I believe this commission has now stated that the public vote doesn't matter. That's very scary. I'll be very interested in the legal opinion.
Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Karen, for speaking to this board today. And as a matter of fact, I think you made a very important point. We, as commissioners, are elected from the district that we represent. And as Ms. Josephus mentioned, my district, both my districts, did not support the early childhood millage. It is my job to represent the citizens who elected me. It's my job to make the best decision for those people that I serve. In a broader sense, when we talk about operations within the county that are mundane, you might say, we all look to see how we can best serve our citizens with the least amount of their private dollars. At least that is what our goal should be.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I do take umbrage with what Commissioner Russell said. I believe I have voted with the three Democrats several times against the three Republicans to pass things that needed to be passed. I would ask him how many times has he voted with three Republicans to go against what the other two Democrats have. So I do say, I try to be as fair as I can be. I try to do my research and study. I try to make the decision that's best for the people of Leelanau. And that's why I believe I've been voted into office, and that's what I continue to try to do. Thank you. Mr. Sotos.
And I thank you for that, because you brought up the very point I was going to. We aren't Republicans and Democrats. We are commissioners, and we represent all of the county. And I have, on my 6 years, been operating from that. I am the first Democrat, quote unquote, elected from a Republican district. And the reason is they know that I don't go by politics. I go by what people in the community want, what's important, what benefits, what doesn't. And since January of this year, things have changed. And I'm really sad to see that, because it is like there are parties up here instead of commissioners. And that's very disappointing. And it's very hard for someone like me, who has always approached it from a different standpoint. It's become very stressful for these meetings, because we're not talking as a group anymore. We're talking past each other. We're not talking even to each other. And there are decisions made before we walk in based, I'm not saying people are talking outside, I'm saying it is though
everybody's mind's made up based on politics as opposed to being based on community issue and community, what's best for community. So, it is true on the early childhood that farming communities did not support Bingham, Solon, and many others. But it's also true in the centers of population, there was over 50% of those people that voted in many of those townships. And I think that it's because it was reflecting a different population. We're an older population in this community, and we oftentimes forget what the younger folks need. So I'm hopeful that next week we will remember what some of the younger people need in terms of support, and I appreciate the comments that were made by our, give me your name again.
Alma. I'm also known as Rosie in the community.
Today, because she brings a point. We are helping everybody. There's a reason this program is universal, and it's not limited to one segment, so that all parties interact socially together for development purposes, and it's a good thing. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I was going to comment on the same thing. I go back to my first day, January 5th. I stuck my neck out. You wouldn't be on health board if I had voted, so I do go back and forth. But I don't see much from your side helping me out when I want something, so just kind of remember that. I'm here to work on both sides, but since I've been here 9 months, it's either one way or the other. There's no in between from you three.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It's, and I just want to say, in the years past before, and thank you, you were the vote to put me on the health board. Otherwise, it would have been the 4-3 that we've been getting. But before that, I voted with Commissioner Lautner. I voted with our chairman. I voted with Commissioner Rushton on many issues and been a swing vote because it was the right thing to do. And I did not vote for the new departments, and maybe it's because you were new and you didn't present it right. But I told you right off the bat what I was looking for. So that's the only thing that has come up from you that I haven't supported.
All right, then we move on to the approval of financials. Commissioner Long.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $101,198.81.
Support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
I would recommend approval of post audit, $5,387,359.87.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.